Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are chilling. Um, it's time for another episode of Path of Exile 2. We're gonna be going over some patch note stuff maybe because I didn't actually take a look at these in detail because it was my day off yesterday. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at it today. New to the stream? Yo, what's up, Neo? How are you doing, man? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did I nerf in these for sure? Yeah, that's not happening. Feels good to hear people called me socks, dude. So funny enough, right? So we raided into Grubby today. Awesome guy. Seems really amazing. I was a big fan of his stuff when he went over to Dota because that was my game. And he was playing Path of Exile today. I'm assuming he probably got sponsored to play Path of Exile for the league launch because he did have like a little banner under it. But the thing is, you guys might not know this, but Cal used to play Heroes of the Storm and was in the competitive circuit. And he was on Team Tempo Storm. And he used to run a podcast there as well. And he has connections to Grubby. So we're going to see if we can get Grubby onto an episode of Path to Exile. Love the content, dude. Yo, thank you. Holy podcast with Grubby? Yeah, that would be insane. I mean, nothing. It's still just like we just basically tossing the idea out there, right? We haven't talked to him at all. We haven't gotten the connections or anything like that. But like, if we could make that happen, that would be absolutely amazing. Let him play for a few days. Oh yeah, we're not gonna get him in for he's a busy guy, obviously, right? So he's probably be able to jump on a podcast just like that. My expectation / desire would be to get him on within the first month. I mean, like somewhere in the first month of launch. That way we could like get his perspective for like the new player experience in Path of Exile 2 and like, really understand like, hey, and this is like from the perspective of somebody who actually knows what to do, like who's actually good at gaming. Like from his perspective, what's good about the new player experience, where it needs to improve, and things like that. Just a reason watch a recent pod, W pod. Thank you. Yeah, it was great to have DM on. Honestly, like DM, such a cool guy. So fun to have him on. Would love to have him on again. Just funny, charismatic, everything. Yo, what's up, Card? How's it going? Under 4 hours of sleep in the last 30 hours. Thanks to you guys' late podcast. This heavy caffeinated dose, so it's fine now. I'm dying. Dude, you could have just waited to watch the VOD, man. I appreciate you supporting the live. But today's live went ham. Like, you guys might not know the numbers before this, but I mean, it's probably because of DM, let's be real. But on YouTube, we peaked at 769 viewers. And then on Twitch, we were at like 258 average with 334 max. Today's podcast went really well. Yo, what's up, Kieran? Yo, what's up, Kata? How's it going? DM is a build creator now. It's so funny. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's getting tips from our boy Ostrix, who we are thinking about inviting to the podcast one of these days as well. Talk about minions. Like my normal Poe 2 streams, not gonna lie. I mean, on a good day. Normally it doesn't go that high. But the YouTube numbers were the insane ones. YouTube numbers, this was insane. Like I've never seen this number on YouTube, and I've only seen this once on Twitch. I've only seen this once on Twitch and never on YouTube. And that was back in my Lost Ark days. 250 viewers, but only Shadow and I matter. I don't know about that one. But am I starting with Hollow Palm? Yes, 100%. Whether it's good or bad, I'm going to do it. It doesn't matter. We're going to make it work. Yo, what's up, Turk? Congrats, Miso. I'm not sure what you're congratulating me on, but thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, the views. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the podcast was a huge success today. It was our best podcast yet for viewership, and I also think like quality wise, it was definitely one of our best as well, if not the best. Like it was fun to do. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, I would love to do more stuff with DM. Another thing, actually, I was supposed to make this announcement on Discord, but I am gonna be on Try's podcast tomorrow. So, Mr. Talkative Try, you guys might know him. He's a, maybe a little small creator around here in the world of Path of Exile 2, but he does, a podcast, and I'll be on his podcast tomorrow. Never heard of him. Yeah, never heard of him. It'll be happening at 5:30 Pacific. So basically, like today's podcast was at 12. So 5.5 hours after that. The Flicker Strike change really confirmed not going Invoker anymore. 99% Tactician. I actually like the podcast. It's nice to have them. No, I'm glad. I'm glad. Another good episode. I always look forward to them. Let's go. I mean, we love doing the podcast, right? We love doing them and we have so much fun. And like Rabbit and Cal are such homies. It's so great to have them on, like as my co-hosts. Like I've done a podcast in the past for Lost Ark, right? But I never had like a like I was always the main guy. I never had like a co-host or anything like that. So it's like good to have like co-hosts. Like in the past, I always had a rotating chair basically for the guests, but I never had like a consistent co-host. So it's good to have those guys, and they're really awesome. This guy is a really good as a podcaster. Me or the other guys? Either way, thank you. What let's see. What do you guys do with all the leftover stuff from the previous seasons? Do we just sell them or just keep anything? I just keep it on my account, honestly. They all go to standard. Technically, you can sell that stuff. A lot, especially like the legacy gear, like a legacy ingenuity, a legacy hand of wisdom and action. All that stuff like can go for a lot of money in standard. But I just keep it there. Oh, Talkative Try. He is a good podcaster. I completely agree. I have a theory craft. If we take the new node on the monk side, which will leech mana from elemental damage, or we use the add Siri glove to leech crits instant, so we basically don't need mana regen. Yeah, pretty much. As long as you keep up the damage. I want to play Hollow Palm, but people are starting to roll with the calcs and the damage looking kind of stank. Do you think it would be worth going Deadeye so we can go bows if it's shitty? Well, the thing is, right? Bows are not like they're fine, but they're not actually that well performing without funding. You really need bow, like a good set of bow, like a good bow to make the builds strong. And I don't know how people are getting calculations yet. We have 0 numbers on like the actual like physical damage that's be provided by the gems. Like we actually have 0 numbers. Like right now, it's basically trying to calculate whether or not the skill is going to be good without using a weapon. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dad of Exile? Let's see. Would bleed builds be more or less interesting in this patch, say with bows? I don't know if bleed really got changed much, to be honest. We'll have to see what happens to the tree itself. Let's see. You can modify molten blast projectiles, just not the second half. More initial projectiles, more shrapnel. Right? Infernal Cry was nerfed. Yes, Infernal Cry was nerfed. Basically, they're doing calcs based on attack speed, crit, and figure out what the potential might be at a point without knowing how much flat damage per gem. We don't know how much damage it'll do. Exactly, right? You're basically doing a calculation without the weapon. Like if the weapon, if the like right now, right? Let's go see like I don't know, there's like a random weapon on like trade. We'll go to like a random quarterstaff, right? And then we'll pump up the DPS number to like, I don't know, 400 minimum. Right? Actually, let's do physical DPS. We'll do like 500 fizz DPS, right? Like, for example, like, I don't know. What if it had numbers like this, right? What if the physical damage was that? You know, then that would be insane. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be like that. It's not going to be a mirror tier fucking weapon. But, you know, if we had like a weapon that was like this would be very good. This would be good, right? This would be good. So until we actually see the actual amount of damage that the gem gets, we actually can't do any real calculations. Falling Thunder's boss nuber and finisher sounds really cool. Yo, what's the rocks? Skill ranks and gloves, megload, damage, rings, missing so much DPS information. Yes, we are missing a lot of DPS information. Copium. If bow be expensive, how will be Deadeye Crossbow? Deadeye Crossbow in general is typically like a solid build, like very solid. Crossbows in the past have never been top tier. That's the thing. But in terms of like a good build, yeah, crossbows are fine. What's up, Bliss? How are you doing? They will be now. I'm still skeptical, but we'll see. We'll see. Nades are different though. Nades are different. Nades I don't count as crossbow. But okay. Something I want to do was take a look at this stuff. I know a lot of you guys have probably seen this. This came out yesterday, but I did not look at this yesterday. I was not streaming yesterday. I wanted to get the fresh look on stream for the first thing. Hedging my bets in case Hollow Palm is right. Deadeye solid for a lot of builds. Oh yeah, Deadeye is probably one of the best Ascendancy this league. You won't go wrong with Deadeye. Anyone try Hammer Warrior? I heard people at Gamescom tried the Hammer Warrior, and it was really strong. Integrated store, offline buying, unique gems, chant buff like crazy. My body's ready. Yo, I know. The crazy thing was the trade thingy dropped during the podcast, so like we watched it live during the podcast with everybody, and it was so hype. It was so funny actually when the trade thing dropped. Let me see if I could find a clip of it on my channel. Right, let's see if I can find a clip of it. You should have seen Try's face when the trade dropped. Let's see here. Or not Try, Cal's. You should have seen Cal's face when the new trade stuff dropped. Here. Look at this. Look at him. The whole time, the DM was just talking, right? He was just having a conversation. I forget what he was talking about. He was talking about like tower changes, right?
What's towers exist, and now maps that aren't towers exist feel bad. And now the second one overlapping like that feels. What's the?
We got a new PoE 2 video that.
Did they show the new passive tree? They didn't show the new passive tree per se, but people pieced together the passive tree from all the screenshots and like trailers. Got that YouTube shockwave sound? During the podcast was awesome. Yo, thank you, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, we have this. We don't have like the nodes themselves, right? Obviously, we don't have the nodes, but you know, you can zoom in, take a look at everything, and just check it out, and you'll see like a bunch of new stuff. Like I'm pretty sure that's lifesteal up there, right? This is like lifesteal nodes. Those icons look like lifesteal nodes. We have a new chaos cluster like here. We also have like, I think this is like new meta skill cluster, right? Yeah, you could like, while the nodes themselves aren't named, you can kind of tell what they are. Like this is a fire node, this is a lightning node, this is an ice node, right? Or cluster. You can kind of have an idea about what they do. This is like a shape of a fire as well, so that would be a fire node right there. Cal Torax baiting me to play Thorns. We can watch it later. Can I link the new tree picture? Yeah, sure, I can. Give me a second. Un momento, por favor. Here you go. Have you read the Flicker Strike changes yet? No, I haven't. I haven't read any of the changes yet, to be honest. I mean, actually, no, Flicker Strike I did. It got nerfed. I saw that. There's several entirely new cluster types for the ballista stuff. Yeah, there's definitely some new stuff in there. Definitely some new stuff for sure. 50-50 going to use the offline merchant? Really? I would expect everybody who's using trade to use the offline merchant, to be honest. Okay, link on Twitch too? Yeah, sure. Oh, wait, because you have an idea? Okay, sure. Why wouldn't you use the merchant? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Why would you not? But okay, let's take a look at this, right? So, player changes. Arcane Surge buff now grants 15% cast speed instead of 10% more cast speed. That's a nerf. Okay, that's rough. It seems like they're really going like doubling down on this like cast speed and attack speed getting nerfed this way. That's kind of unfortunate. Gather if your cause a trailer, only volatility scale or damage up, and you sacrifice support socket to consume time to generate volatility. Are they finally getting automated trade feature in Poe? Yes. So there's now, first off, right? You have you could set like basically you could set up your shop, right? You set up your shop with all your items. People can come to your hideout whenever to pick it up and buy it from you. So you don't have to be online. You can be offline, whatever, right? And they also have the trade search now in game too. So like trade is gonna be popping the fuck off this season, and I cannot wait. That's what I said they should do months ago. Oh yeah, no, I mean they've been planning for it for a while. They've been planning for it for a while. Nerf is an understatement. Yeah, it kind of got gutted. It got gutted. Do you get access to offline merchant preview Act 4? No, you don't. Rate that as a game? Oh, 100%. I am so happy about it. It is so exciting. Does Ange have one minimum tab? I don't think so. I think you need to buy the tab to start. And you said no, they should? No, I never said that. I never said that. I always wanted them to have an in-game trade. If you push on a soft set in your strongholds, then you can search them and buy the items for people. I said that I would rather them have an auction house. I said that would be a nice in between, but I would rather them just have an auction house. And yeah, I just rather them have an auction house. I think an auction house is still better than what they're doing right now. Like, I don't know why I have to arbitrarily go to somebody's hideout to buy an item. Like, yeah, I don't know. Again, it's great. It's great where it is right now. It's great, but I would still like them to have a full-fledged auction house. Friction. Like I already see it happening, right? What's gonna happen is somebody is gonna misprice an item in the auction in their stash. You're gonna have 40 people teleport into your hideout. 30 of them are gonna be minion users, so you're gonna have like 100 minions running around inside of your hideout. Everybody just being in there and crashing your instance. I can already see that happening. Again, I'm not complaining that they're adding this, but I still think an auction house would have been better. You have a small grace period before it was listed? Oh, yeah, sure. But, you know, you still put it up there. Maybe you didn't realize you mispriced it. Maybe you just, like, you didn't do a price check, right? And you went up and, like, priced, I don't know, fucking Astromentus for, like, one div. And then you're like, oh, shit, now everybody, like, I can totally see that. I can definitely see that. Yo, what's up, Panda? Thank God for the new hideout. I'm gonna go hide Ange. Price Fixer match? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm so happy about that. I was the podcast. I was the doctors all day. It was amazing. I was saying that it was our best podcast yet, and also the numbers were amazing too. Over on YouTube, we had like 750 people, and like over here on Twitch, we had like 300. It was great. It was great. And of course, that doesn't even include DMs people, right? Because we had a shared chat. So amazing. Arcane Surge buff? Yeah, I got nerfed. Nerfed. You don't have to have only one instance in hideout. In Poe, you can go somebody's hideout and be in a different instance. Oh yeah, but you know, most people are gonna click in there and like, they're not gonna like open up a new instance. They're not gonna think about doing it. They're just gonna go in there as fast as possible to try to get the deal. Blood Hunt, good or bad? Okay, let's go through this, right? Armor piercing rounds quality now provides break 20% of armor instead of previous up to 30, which is a nerf. Blood Hunt explosion now causes life loss rather than unscalable damage. This is definitely a nerf. You're always gonna want damage instead of life loss, in my opinion. Like it's technically kind of the same. So what I would expect it to do. So yeah. So what's gonna happen, right? In the past, how it worked was, whenever you did Blood Hunt, right? It would basically, let's say this is the boss's HP bar, right? And then, you know, when the HP bar is full, it looks like this, right? And then as you start whittling down the boss's HP, it starts like going like this, right? It starts going like, whoops. It starts going like this, right? As you hit the boss and its HP goes down, it goes like this, right? This is the missing HP. This is how much HP the boss has left. Now, with blood loss, what happens is this turns into blood loss, and this is the amount of HP it gets left with. And then once you use Blood Hunt, it will take away all the blood loss, right? And then do a little bit of extra damage to the boss here. So it'll do a little bit of extra damage, and then let's just say it goes down to here, right? And then this will be the new HP that we have with that. This will be the new HP. That's how Blood Hunt worked in the past. Right? It's just gone. No more HP loss. But what's going to happen in the future is that it's going to go like this, right? So you're going to have the HP. You're going to have the blood loss, right? And then when you hit the Blood Hunt, it will still get rid of the blood loss. But instead of doing damage, what's going to happen is this is going to turn into more blood loss. And it's not going to be real damage. So you'll have the little bit of extra damage that you did will turn into blood loss as opposed to just being damage. So you basically have to pop it again to kind of get that damage. It is worse. It is worse. You don't get real damage, basically. That's complete garbage. Yeah, it's way worse. It's way worse. Okay. Now, let's see. Combat Frenzy now provides 10% chance when you gain a charge to gain an additional charge. Previously, 20. Wow, really? A nerfed Combat Frenzy? I didn't think even Combat Frenzy was that good because there was a cooldown on it. I didn't use Combat Frenzy on any of my builds, so I didn't want that. Dark Effigy now provides 0.2 meters to impact radius instead of chance to inflict Withered. This is actually good because Withered was never that strong anyways on Dark Effigy, in my opinion. And the impact radius makes the Dark Effigy more consistent in hitting the enemies. Because Dark Effigy, it's a weird thing. It doesn't target the enemy, it targets the ground next to the enemy. So if the enemy moves too fast, Dark Effigy actually misses the enemy. It's really weird. Can I link to the patch notes? Yeah, sure. Arc, Deadeye, or Blood Mage. It'll be interesting to see how Deadeye, like Arc, does with an additional projectile. I think it's still gonna have the first projectile be 1, but then when it hits the enemy, it'll split into 2. I think is how it's gonna work. So it seems like it could be good. Okay, so that's good. Detonating arrow, quality now provides +1 maximum stage as opposed to 2. I think that's good. Right? What does detonating arrow actually do? I don't think I've ever actually looked at detonating arrow. Oops. Detonating arrow. Is that good or bad? So let's see. Oh no, that's bad. That is bad. You want more. You want more stages. So that is another nerf. Why did they nerf detonating arrow? I don't think it was that good. Nobody used that. Nobody used it. I'd be surprised if someone made a good Glacial Lance build in 0.3. Yeah, I think Glacial Lance will still be a good single target option. I think Glacial Lance is going to be the premium spear single target damage option because Wind Serpent's Fury got nerfed. So I think the next best one-shot option for spear is Glacial Lance. Do people even use Detonating Arrow? Exactly. That's why I'm confused. Okay, Falling Thunder, quality now provides 20% more damage for power charge consumed. Previously, 10% chance to not remove. I think that's a nerf. Personally. Because you want to have more power charges, more damage. So if he gets removed more often now, it's less damage overall, in my opinion. Kind of a rebalance, but I still think overall nerf. Flicker Strike is a huge nerf, though. Quality not giving you, like, now provides more damage instead of 20% chance to not remove charges. That is a huge nerf. I think people were, like, calculating on before this patch came out. They're like, oh, you know, Gemling can pretty much have, like, 100% chance to, like, not use charges, right? I think that's all gone now. I think that's gone. Quality goes more damage, 23% gem, 12% gem link, 5% retreat. If you have 9 charges, 40 times 9, it's 360% more damage. Like, the thing is, right? Yes, it is more damage per se, but I would say that that is really the, like, I think potentially the, let's just say infinite flickers is better than 360% more damage, right? Infinite flickers is better than 360% more damage. That is how I see it. So overall, because of that, I think it's a nerf. Now, if you're talking about, like, other than Gemling, I think it's potentially a buff because it does more damage, and, like, chance to remove charge is always RNG anyway. So, like, sometimes you can get more damage, sometimes you get less damage. Yeah. Glacial Lance doesn't lose a lot of damage compared to 0.2. Why? Why do you think that? Unless you build over one shot instead of clearing. Totem will now proc Herald skills? Unsure. Yeah, unsure. I think this right here again, right? This is really not great for mapping, but this is really good for bossing. This is really good for, like, sealing, right? This is a buff for the sealing damage. This is a nerf for mapping. If you're able to use this to, like, one-shot a boss, that's really good, right? The more damage could potentially bring you up to a lot of damage for bosses, because 20% more damage for power charge consumed, that's a lot of damage, right? So this is a huge buff to damage for bossing. but this is a nerf for mapping. But yeah. Well, it just depends on which one you value more. But this one, again, I think is an overall nerf for gemling because, again, infinite flickers is better than whatever more damage this is. If infinite damage is more than 360%, right? But for every other class, I'd say this is probably a buff for damage as well. No mark, how are you supposed to sustain the frenzy charges? You one-shot. You one-shot. You don't need mark. I last season I didn't use Glacial Lance for anything but one-shotting. Let's see here. I applied one. See, I manually applied that. I applied one sniper's mark at the beginning. And then that one shot. That's why it's not a major nerf for Glacial Lance, because Glacial Lance has the ability to one shot, and they didn't change the Deadeye's ability to double frenzy charge consume. So Glacial Lance did not get nerfed at all for bossing. And now imagine you have Rockiata's whatever, right? You now have Rockiata's flow. You take that boss down to negative 75%, negative 75% LE resist. Oh my goodness. Why'd I look thinner on this video? The funny thing is, I am actually way thinner now than I was before. Since making this video, I think I lost 10 pounds. Why can't I find the new patch notes here? It's at the bottom of the old ones, that's why. I thought they nerfed the charge generation on Deadeye 2, right? Oh, yeah, they did. But the thing is, right? So basically, you just get your charges, right? You just get your charges. If you're one-shotting, it doesn't matter, right? You just get your charges, get whatever maximum is, and just throw it once, and yeah, it doesn't really make a difference. Yo, it's almost 33 degrees. If I start Monk later in the map, I'll go Shattering Palm, Gathering Storms. It's because I'm losing muscle. Okay, well, again, this is an overall nerf for Gemling, but a buff for every other class, in my opinion. Freezing Salvo now provides 40% more freeze buildup. Previously, the delay between missile accumulations. Ooh, I think that's a nerf too, in my opinion. But then again, they have a lot of like freeze interactions this patch, so maybe it might be okay / a buff. Because they have like a lot of stuff that's like, for example, like Snipe, right? It does like more damage on frozen targets. So you can use Freezing Salvo as like a thing to like prime the freeze. Then you snipe the target for big damage. That's also a possibility. Do you think the better build will be Chayula or Elemental? I think the overall better build, like across the board, is probably still going to be Elemental. Hand of Chayula. Quality now provides 20% increased duration of socketed gems instead of supported curses have increased magnitudes. That's actually worse. Yeah, that's worse. Mantra of Destruction provides 1 fewer combos to use. Okay, that's a buff. Overwhelming Presence now provides 15% magnitude. Okay. Previously base effect of the aura. So basically, it got nerfed. It got nerfed in the patch, and then this thing changed. What does it give? Overwhelming Presence. Enemies in presence have reduced ailment threshold. Enemies in presence have 0.5 reduced stun. Did Overwhelming Presence get touched? Huh. Trying to figure out what this exact change is. 90% of the natural nerfs? Like, what does it mean by previously base effect of the aura? I'm not entirely sure what exactly that means. Oh, wait. This is the old one, I guess, right? And then new one. Quality provides 15% increase. What? It's just the same thing. I love cooking garbage builds. Any mention of Spark or ED Contagion? I mean, ED Contagion is going to be way stronger this league. You know that. Thoughts on Invoker this league? Very solid still. Very, very solid. Profane Ritual. Quality now provides 10% chance not to consume a corpse, which is a nerf, which is, I think, totally fine. It's not a... doesn't really do anything to it overall. Sorcery Ward now grants Barry can take elemental damage up to 5% of your armor. And, oh, that got a nerf. Interesting. Sorcery got a nerf. Okay. The flowing... So that's all it for, like, the skill changes, right? Here are the updated patch notes. I think this is... Is this, like, mostly just, like, wording it changes? Because, like, into the breach, right? 50% increased effect. Quality now provides 15% increased effect remnants. Previously, Flame of Chayula manifests every 0.3 seconds. And that's exactly the same, unless they updated it since then. Skill changes equals nerf skills, basically. Unless they changed it since then. Demon form granted by a possession no longer disables your weapons or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants all level spell skills or increased spell damage for Demon Flame. Now grants 3% more spell damage for Demon Flame, and quality provides 10% increased cast speed. Life loss per second from Demon now goes lower beyond 20. So, I mean, this still looks the same as before. The Glacial Lance build I did, would it be possible to use Ice Shot for mapping on weapon set 2? I think so, yeah. 100%. Like, the difference between a bow build and a spear build is very small. Is Demon Form actually viable right now? Yeah, it looks, in my opinion, pretty dang strong. It looks pretty dang strong. Because if you look at this, right? In this one, it provides up to level 6 spell skills, right? Which, if you use a weapon now, a staff, it brings it up to +7. And then the increased spell damage for Demon Flame, it's increased, right? Now we get a more multiplier, which is way more desirable than increased. So, like, it's looking stronger than ever. And now, if you're at skill level gem 20 plus, that makes the life per second loss lower. So it is looking pretty dang good. I'm here to know about the future of Poison Arrow build, like Poison Burst Arrow. It looks stronger this league. It looks stronger this league for sure. I still think it's going to be tough for you to do single target damage on it, but it looks stronger. Chayula dead now or what? No, Chayula's stronger than last league. It's better. Like, I don't get this section of updated patch notes. Because this is just the same as it was up there. All this just looks the same to me. Unless I'm missing something. I did Poison Burst Arrow last league. I was comfortable one button build for mapping with the spread is very good Sinacro owner, but bossing takes a minute. Yeah. It's the same experience for me, right? I also did a Poison Burst Arrow build during 0.1. I had a Poison Burst Arrow build during 0.1 that I really liked, to be honest, right? I thought this was a lot of fun, but I would say that boss performance wise, right, it was not the best. It's basically like worst lightning arrow, to be honest. That is what I would call Poison Burst Arrow. Worst lightning arrow. But you know, if you want to play like the poison archetype, it's not bad. Are those full patch notes? Are we still missing parts of it? I don't know if they let us know if these are like the all everything. I don't know if they let us know this is everything. But is the new passive tree out yet? It's not out yet, but we have an idea about what it looks like. Do you think Lightning Spear with Frenzy stacking is still good? No, unfortunately not. Lightning Spear does not have the ability to consume Frenzy charges anymore. Which is another reason why I think like the Deadeye Ascendancy, the new updated Deadeye Ascendancy for like the Mark stuff, really isn't as good as people think it is. Because like, I don't think that using Voltaic Mark or Freezing Mark is very good. I don't think it helps with clear, really. And the only other mark you're going to be using is with Sniper's Mark. But most of the stuff that you use with Frenzy charges for map clearing is nowhere near as good as it was before. Yo, Mr. Oki, thank you for 16 months. I appreciate it, man. Welcome back. You still got the change for Frenzy, just not the extra damage. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, it still has the extra tendrils. You're right. But it's still like, it's way worse, right? It's way worse. I think like Lightning Spear is the only ability that is in the Deadeye, like that really can take advantage of the thing. So if you're playing Lightning Spear, it'll probably be pretty good. But outside of Lightning Spear, I don't see that auto mark thing being good for mapping. Deadeye with Resonance could be good for Flicker, auto mark. So I think it's good for single target, but also the other thing is I think they changed Resonance. I think there was something, I never saw an image. I never found an image because I never searched for it. But I heard that with some leaks from the Chinese version, they changed how Resonance works. Why is the set of a squad counter still 0? Did somebody redeem it? I don't think I redeemed anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they changed how resonance work, but I don't remember. Like, I don't know where to look for that information. Like, maybe on the Path of Exile 2 Reddit? Past week. Oh, here it is. Is this it? Oh, no. This is just somebody saying something else. I heard they changed it, but I'm not sure. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it was just rumors. It was a Bella Wars. What do you say about adding Adonia's ego for offhand for the buff? With Chayula? Adonia's ego. You can't have a wand on an offhand, unfortunately. You can only do a wand on your main hand. Anybody excited for that Dying Hate Abyss Jewel? Always similar to Expedition Jewel too, too random to be useful. I mean, it could be really good, but I still have my problems about it. I talked about this on the podcast today, but I just personally think that the jewel is just too confusing. Like, I wish they would actually tell you what it does, like, without you buying it. Oh, as offhand, for the buff, like as a second weapon set. Yo, Will Locks, thank you for the tier 1 sub, man. I appreciate it. Welcome. Pinnacle power ability to gain elemental damage and the ability to apply elemental ailments with other types can only use while you have maximum charges. Consume all power. I don't know if you'd want to consume all power charges, though. I feel like they got rid of, like, your ability to, like, I'm still worried about power charge generation, I guess, this league. Like, I guess you could do resonance and, like, I don't know, cast on crit to get power charges. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. You could do it. But at the same time, I'm not entirely sure. No, yeah, I think you could definitely do it. I don't know if this is like the highest scaling thing, right? I don't know if there's a better secondary weapon swap, but this definitely works. As long as you basically use this to gain power charges, then use it, and then you bring the power charges back, it could work. And yo, Psycho VT, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. I have 10 sit-ups and squats to do. That's at the end of the stream. We do it at the end of the stream. I saw a couple builds use Hate Force generate rage fast. No idea if it's actually good, though. Which one was Hate Forge? Hate Forge. Gain random charge on reaching maximum rage. Lose all rage when reaching maximum rage. I haven't seen really many builds with this, to be honest. There might be some niche stuff that you can do for sure. I want Hate Forge cheap in 0.3. Because I want 36 Ancestral Warrior Totems. That's a lot of Ancestral Warrior Totems. The theory put Blood Mage, Darkness Enthroned, Gore Spike, Crimson Power, the decent chest. Give 10k life, 10k ES, crit cap, 200% extra crit damage. So it's hard to say about like the crit stuff, right? Because we have seen in these patch notes that critical hit chance is getting critical, right? Critical hit damage is kind of getting nerfed across the board. So I feel like it's going to be, we'll see how much damage we can actually stat with critical hit damage these days, but and like how much we can actually stack crit chance to like hit crit cap. I think Blood Mage is going to be the Ascendancy that's definitely going to be able to do it much better than others, but other Ascendancies, I really like question how easy it's going to be stack crit this time. I'm sure it's still going to be at a passable level, but like, are we going to be able to get it as easily as before? I think definitely not. The real question is if non-crit builds are to be a thing or not. Oh, no way. No way. No way. Not happening. I think crit is still the way to go. I don't think I've seen enough from these patch notes to be able to say like confidently that like, you can actually go and make non-crit builds work. Yo, Mr. 33 Degrees with a $5 super chat. Thank you, man. This Friday's going to go hard. Dude, I agree. I'm so excited. I'm going to be streaming all day on Friday. So get excited. We easily keep Senior plus crit damage, even on SSFs effortlessly. Yeah, crit was way too way too easy to get crit damage. For what Rabbit said, crit spells usually goes to the Blood Mage. Oh, yeah. Can you take a look at Snipe? I want to hear your opinion on it. So, Snipe, let's see, right? I personally don't like the changes to snipe because the bows already had a hard, like very limited ways of doing single target damage. Snipe was like one of the only ways for bows to reliably do single target damage. And with this, it means that you are basically pigeonholing snipe into an option for cold damage builds because you don't have the guaranteed crits anymore. You don't have increased critical damage. So what you're trying to do now is you have a perfectly timed arrow that hits a frozen or heavy stun enemy, and that makes a bigger explosion, right, for damage. It feels like to me, it just isn't as good, nearly as good as it was before. Because before you could literally pump all into critical damage and just ignore crit chance and just do huge numbers. But now you can't really do that. You gotta worry about the crit chance. And I personally think that it's not really going to be nearly as good. Now, if I was pure single target, now it's semi. The thing is, like, when are you ever going to use snipe on, like, an AoE situation? Are you ever going to sit there and, like, charge up your bow into, like, an AoE pack? First, you got to freeze them. Then you got to sit down there and go, like, what? Ah, like that on them. That's never going to happen. It's so dumb. So it's like, it's stupid. I don't like the change at all. Just use it when frozen, pretty much pray for big damage. And you gotta sell your soul for a good bow. Bow's mid game, end game is true night and day numbers, 100%. Which is also why, again, right? And Rabbit talked about this on the video today, but like everybody who like, you know, no shade on Flubgo or anything like that, right? We have all these people that are gonna look at this, right? Why Deadeye? Deadeye's gonna be the strongest, whatever, right? They're gonna take a look at this and they're gonna be like, you know what? I'm just going to play Deadeye. Go in there, use a bow build, right? Follow Fub's build. And they're going to realize that, like, end game is going to hit. And they are going to struggle. They are going to struggle. Because you need money. You need money to make a good bow. And if you don't have a good bow, you're not doing that much damage. That's like one of the areas where Holophon was a W even with bait early. Yeah, you don't have to worry about a weapon. You don't. With the exact sound effects, otherwise snipe doesn't work. Saw a video of someone do a one-shot almost every boss in 0.3 with snipe. Oh yeah, it's definitely possible. But I think with a new snipe, it's definitely not going to happen. Why doesn't crit scale with ES a hollow palm? 0.1 critical hit chance, 10 ES. So you reach 10k ES, you have 100% crit chance. So it's not off of your total ES, it's from your armor's ES. Fist bump good starter? Potentially. I think it's looking pretty decent. What are you gonna do when the season ends? Practice SSF runs? I think it finishes tomorrow, maybe. To be honest, like there's a lot of things I could potentially do. Right now, what I'm doing is SSF anyway, so it doesn't really make a difference, like in game. But I was thinking about doing like fun stuff with chat, like, you know, maybe making a tier list of the classes and like, you know, making like just like talking about things that I basically like working to get like hanging out with you guys basically and coming up with like ideas about like, oh, what's good, what's gonna be bad next league and things like that. That's kind of one of my plans. And then also potentially continue to try doing some more league start practice. Don't go back to tier list Lost Ark again. We just got out of that phase. Is it possible to see the new passive tree yet? Again, it's this right here. You can see the nodes and what they look like, but you can't see what the actual nodes are. Too bad Poison Burst Pathfinder didn't get didn't get buffed. Well, it sort of did actually. Poison Burst did get buffed. A slight buff. So now quality provides 20% more magnitude instead of increased. Like, that's a pretty dang big buff. Granted, I still don't think it's going to make a difference in like how strong the build overall is. Like, I don't think you're going to be doing single target damage with it, for example. But it does make the build stronger. Percentage in sources because besides the one node, I at least prepared. I want to at least have things prepped for POB or data mines. I mean, we could take a look, right? The node you're talking about is like, it's this one up here. I know which one you're talking about. This one. Oh, no, is this one? Yeah. Percent increased or increased intelligence. Yeah, no, not really. I think that's the only one. Yo, Mr. Ransom, thank you for the tier 1 for 5 months. I appreciate it, man. Welcome back. I'm curious how good the toxic domain skill is gonna be. Yeah, I have a feeling it's not gonna be that great, unfortunately. Invoker, what's the best way to get single target damage? It depends on your skill, to be honest, that you're using. Like, it depends on your build. Like, what build are you going for? Are you going for like a quarterstaff build? Do you think RPGs will ever be move away from one button simulator? Players will always gravitate towards the most efficient playstyle, and it's faster to hit one button instead of two. Yeah, 100%. You're correct. Players are always going to gravitate towards the more efficient playstyle, and as long as like you can make it so that one skill, like a single skill, can do enough damage to kill enemies by itself, it's always going to be a one button playstyle type of game. ARPGs are all about speed. They're all about like, you know, efficiency. I think that unless you're talking about like, oh, we're not making a traditional ARPG, kind of like what is it called? What's that game called? No Rest for the Wicked, right? No Rest for the Wicked. That's like, they call it an ARPG, but it's not really an ARPG, right? So unless you're doing like a non-traditional ARPG, I think that ARPG is always going to lean more towards one button play styles. Quarterstaff, I think Flicker Strike's still going to be very good for a single target. You can still do Gathering Storms as well. Aries Dufo, there's highly efficient builds with MO rotations or one button builds. Yeah, but I think more people are still going to gravitate towards one button builds though. Like, I think like there's going to be people who like the combo playstyle, but I think at its core, right? ARPGs, what people want to do is be efficient, kill monsters quickly, and farm currency. And one button builds are going to be always king of that. Or maybe 0 button builds, right? With auto bombers and stuff. GG really seems like they want us to combo skill, but when stuff like Lightning Spear exists, there's no point. I don't. So here's the thing, right? It's about options when in this case. And it's always going to be like this. People are always going to lean towards the lightning spears. There's going to lean towards the lightning arrows. And that's fine. That's totally fine that there are people out there who really want to lean on that. But the thing is, it's about making competitive builds that aren't quite as good as lightning spear, but still good enough to like do all the content and become like somewhat competitive with lightning spear using a combo style gameplay. Like, combo style is always going to be slower than one button, but if you can make it close, then that's fine. And people who want to play the one button play style will play the one button, and people who don't want to will continue playing combo. How many more passive nodes did they add? I don't remember how many specific nodes they added, but they added this many clusters. And each cluster has, I'd say, a minimum of 3 nodes. I think it's like 100 something, 115 notables or something is what they said. So probably on the ballpark of like 300, 200, 300 nodes is my guess. 115? I think they said 150. I think they said 115 notables. So I would expect there to be more nodes overall. Let's see. Because I think they said it at the beginning of this video. I was looking at this earlier. And 35 new areas, support gem overall, 40 lineage, 150 plus new notables. So not even 115, 150 plus new notables, which are these big ones. So I would say on average, there's probably around 2 to 3 per notable. So again, perhaps around 200 something to 300, like 300. They said 500 in total. Holy! Is Spark back on now for 0.3? Potentially. I think spellcasters are in a much better place now than they've ever been. Also, what am I doing? Why is my door closed? I'm an idiot. I usually have the door closed when my folks are home, but they're away right now. It's way too hot in my room when the door is closed. Ted Rabbit is 100% making that so people could follow his build. Have you tried guard before? Can it solve issues on giant blood nerf? It depends on how strong guard is. I've used guard with the unique flask, Olroths, but beyond that, I haven't tested out guard. There's so much stuff I want to do. Shit is killing me. How many builds I want to do? Dude, I am like this league. I feel like I am going to be playing almost until the end. Like, I feel like I'm going to be making builds pretty much up to like the point where they start announcing new stuff. Because in my mind, when I'm looking at all this new stuff, I'm already like, there is so much stuff that I want to do. There are so many builds that I want to play around with. There's so many skills that I want to use. There's so many like class stuff. I can see myself playing for so long. And none of them are Druid. Hey, the Druid's coming next though. They have confirmed that Druid is coming next. What builds? I want to do for sure, of course, the Hollow Palm starter, right? I want to go and make the Ignite Whirling Slash and bring it back. I want to make that work again because I do see a way to bring it back. I want to go and play Demon Form. Demon Form is looking really, really good. I wanted to play that Volcanic Fissure Warrior. That looks really cool. That looks really sick. I don't think it's going to be good, but it looks really cool. The Hammer Warrior apparently is pretty good too. From the people who play it, somebody at Gamescom. Somebody went to Gamescom and got to test it out, and they said it looked pretty good. So, like, those are just 5 off the rip right now on top of my head. I'm sure there's more I want to play. I want to RP on a Roa mount. What's the other demon form I want to play, but I have no idea. I mean, at the very basic level, Essence Ray Contagion is really good. I want to do Firestorm. I want to do like an Elemental Infusion Firestorm build. And that might be on Elementalist, but that might also be on Demon Form. I don't know. We'll see. Do you feel like Ignite will be way better in the patch? My probably explosive concoction can't be that worse than the patch for sure. Well, the thing is, concoctions don't work the same way they do anymore. Concoctions are not main damage skills. For example, if you want to do the fire one, fulminating concoction, right? I think it is. No, that's not it. This one, right? Explosive concoction. It is just making it so that no longer has 200% more magnitude of ignite inflicted, no longer inflicts fire exposure on hit, now fires up to 4 mini additional projectiles at ignited enemies. So you need to ignite enemies first, then you throw the flasks. And I don't think it was even that strong last league. So like it didn't look like they buffed any damage numbers or anything. So it's flasks are just not anything that you really want to use for like damage. And you do unarmed, exactly. Now with weapon swap, it's not going to be as hard, right? With the weapon swap, the smooth. Actually, well, the thing is, in the past, concoctions were not able to have a weapon swap. Like you weren't able to like choose which weapon set you wanted to use with them. None of the class skills you could do that. I'm hoping they change it this league and like make it so you can. But if you can't, this is gonna be a disaster. This is gonna be an absolute disaster. Concoction is gonna be actually useless. Do you lose roll in demon form? You get a better roll. You get like a dash that shoots you pretty far. Flame Wall's not gonna proc that either. I don't think so. Dude, the thing is, right? We were doing all this like, man, these builds and stuff look like insane, but like we haven't even like touched the league mechanic at all. And like they said that the league mechanic has its own affixes too. So like potentially some of those affixes, the veiled mods, could be kind of like build defining as well. So it's like there is just so much stuff for this league that we can just absolutely take to the moon. What do you think about Infernalist Demon Form? Now I use weapon stats. Isn't it good? Oh, yeah. It's way better, and I think it's actually pretty dang pog. Probably some of them are. Exactly, right? So it's like there's so much stuff. Like we're only scratching the surface right now. Everything here that we have is only scratching the surface. There's so much stuff that we haven't seen that we need to see. They still haven't put any official information about passive nodes and other important things. Yeah, I don't know when they're gonna put it out, honestly. Like, at this point, I don't think we're gonna get a tree until the day of. I hope they buff the passive nodes. I don't want to see 3% attack speed. We'll see. I for sure know that they're gonna be nerfing nodes. They're definitely nerfing the crit nodes, but I don't know about buffs or changes like that. Praying for Cal Torak that there's some bonkers legendary Thorn support. That man, I don't know if his heart can handle it. If there was something bonkers like that. Hollow Palm, Monk, or Deadeye, or even Ritualist? Yeah, I think all three of them are viable, for sure. Nerfing crit nodes? I think they are. That's what I'm like. I would bet money they're nerfing crit nodes. Given that they have or critical damage, right? Given they have nerfed critical damage bonus across the board pretty much, right? This is nerfed. This is nerfed, no critical damage. This is nerfed. 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 There is every single mention of critical hit damage on this patch notes is a nerf. You best believe that on the tree, all those critical hit damage nodes are probably gonna get nerfed as well. Girls a Rabbit, one of my favorite streamers, Miso X Shirus, know from such podcasts like the Path to Exile 2 podcast. Wait a second. Is that one of my favorite streamers, Dead Rabbit, who is also from the Path to Exile podcast? There's no way. Oh my god, it is. That's crazy. That's insane. Wild coincidence. What world are we living? I know. It's insane. I just saw that podcast. Wait, no way. No way. But again, did you guys know that in addition to the Path to Exile podcast, right? In addition to the Path to Exile podcast, there's also another podcast out there by this small YouTuber called Talkative Try. And it just so happens that this small indie YouTuber has a podcast called the Still Sane Podcast, where both me, or actually not both, me, right? I'm going to be on the podcast within the next 24 hours. Dead Rabbit is going to be on the podcast on the 4th of September, and Cal Torak is going to be on the podcast on September 9th. Did you know that that's happening? If you didn't, you should check it out. You should check it out if you didn't. That's all I'm going to say. Some cool folks. Do you know the streamer Winter? You're like the Chinese Winter? Isn't Winter like Winter from Dota? Well, I guess Winter's like what? He's like Malay or Thai or something like that. I will not be watching on the 26th. Winter from StarCraft. No, I don't. Small YouTuber? Yes, small YouTuber. Will there be some giveaways during the podcast? Probably not. Probably not. If you had to watch the 26th or the 4th, which one would you prefer to suffer through? Oh, you should 100% watch the 4th. While I tell you guys to go watch this one on the 26th, right? You know this podcast is going to be complete bullshit. You know this one is going to be complete bullshit. I am going to be just... This Miso X Shiru guy is going to be popping all sorts of misinformation. He's going to go in there, make a fool out of himself. And to be honest, he's going to... make the entire podcast just not pleasant to watch with his ugly mug. Aren't we here for the bullshit? The guy on the 26th note was a scammer. It's gonna be a good time. Come check it out. It'll be fun. I mean, it's like right now is the season for Path of Exile, guys. Like everybody is just super hyped. I'm super hyped. Like, I don't know. Just looking at these patch notes though gets me super excited for like what's to come. I think like right now, if we're looking at ascendancies, right? Ascendancies and builds, we were gonna talk about this a little bit on the podcast today about like the winners and losers. I think we have right here definitely a winner, right? I think Demon Form is getting buffed to the moon. So definitely a winner. I think this is overall still a winner. Got some nerfs, but at the same time, I think the fact that you get Sangomancy at the beginning now just helps smooth things out so well. I'd say overall kind of like maybe evened out. Maybe evened out. Let's see. Lich, I think got a buff overall, if I remember correctly. Let's see here. Yeah, because it's like it's not just non-channeling spells, right? It's like, I mean, in an essence, it's I think they might have gotten a slight nerf. Like sacrifice 5% maximum HP just to make it so that all spells do 30% more. Like potentially, like, because like non-channeling skills, like you weren't really, there's not that many good channeling skills anyways. So like in the most situations, you probably weren't really doing that. Now this one's kind of cool though. The power charges, if you're able to build a build with more power charges, this is gonna be good. But this one right here, definitely a nerf. Not being able to curse hexproof enemies is a nerf. So I'd say the ceiling went higher, but I also think that there's a little bit of nerfs there as well. You're mostly playing against downsides with the Lich. You have soulless form. Life is ineffective if you have ES. That is true. That is true. That is very true. But yeah, so I'd say this is still overall still good. I wouldn't necessarily call it a winner, but it didn't lose either. I'm very skeptical about this still. I still think this, or not this one. Well, actually, Stormweaver, right? It really depends on elemental infusions. If elemental infusions are a flop, this class is a flop. If elemental fusions are pog, this class definitely gonna pog out and be a winner. This one, though, I'm still very iffy on. I still think barely anybody's gonna play Chronomancer. They need to make better cooldown skills, right? To actually take advantage of like the cooldown resetting. They need to give this class a better identity. I don't think it's defensive enough to be a defensive Ascendancy, and the gimmicks that it does are just very gimmicky. If, like, for example, it was very hard to one-shot bosses, Time Freeze would be really good for one-shotting, but at the moment, it's just not that hard. So there's no point in running Time Freeze, or like no point in like being like, oh, I'll run Ritualist for or Chronomancer for one shots. Like it just doesn't make a difference. Time Freeze boss super niche. Can Aquila Chayuya use Ice Strike and do Chaos damage instead of Ice? With Original Sin you can, to convert all your damage to Chaos. But other than that, no. Never played a Chrono. I've played a Chrono before. Not like super end game, but I've played a Chrono. Let's see. Invoker wise, right? I think Invoker is still very, very good. Very, very solid. Very, very good. I wouldn't necessarily say, maybe it's like they got away with not really getting nerfed, which is a win in that case. Though I never thought Invoker was OP to begin with. But they definitely got a buff overall, and it was very good. Still is very good. And then with Chayula, they definitely won, right? They definitely won. They definitely won big time. Deadeye, also a winner. They got a slight nerf to this avidity node, but in reality, this doesn't really like define how strong this is. I think that as long as they have Tailwind, as long as they have Tailwind, right? I think this class is always going to be very solid. Tailwind is just super strong, and it's even stronger this league. Like, the fact that you get 3% less damage taken per Tailwind on top of getting Deflect? Like, huh? Like, this increases your evasion, right? Which means you're getting more Deflect. This increases your damage, decreases your damage taken, which, again, is, like, insane. You're just... Deadeye is just never dying. Also gives PDR? Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. This class is just ridiculous. Just remove that Deadeye node. Have I seen the new Witch Hunter Ascendancy stuff? What new Witch Hunter Ascendancy stuff? Invoker was comfortable, not really OP. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'd say Invoker is one of the more balanced, like one of the better balanced Ascendancies for sure. It's not insane, but it's also really good. Can you play Deadeye as unarmed or use unarmed and lock it only? No, you can play a Deadeye as unarmed. You can play anything as unarmed. Everyone's being distracted by volatility. You lost reality rending. You lost damage with darkness. You lose a fourth of flame buff, and darkness didn't even change. No, I think that the volatility is actually good enough to like make it a... The thing is, right, before Chayula was very niche. I would say Chayula was pretty niche in the past. It was not a very good Ascendancy. But with volatility, I think it pumps it up to like mid-tier, potentially. It's still not top tier. But the thing is also, it makes it like a one-shotting demon. Like, Chayula becomes a one-shotting demon with the volatility changes. So, like, regardless of anything, like, you know, anything else, right? Volatility itself is going to be very on and off. I say you're probably running on average around with 10% to 20% extra chaos damage throughout the map at different times. But when you're going to boss, you get that 200 volatility stack. You go in there, you're going to destroy any boss out there with a competent build. Hello, Copium Man. Who wants to, Mr. Kongor? How are you doing? Why am I Copium Man? Because I'm going to use Hollow Palm? Love the podcast? Yo, thank you. I'm glad. Keep seeing the tier list of Ritualists being really bad. I mean, the thing is, right? I don't think Ritualist can ever be a bad Ascendancy. Like, sure, right? The Ascendancy itself doesn't do much, but like the fact that you get Mystic Attunement and the extra finger, like extra ring, as long as you have money, you're just doing crazy scaling. Damn, that's a big Kongor emote. Hello, the infinite charms is amazing. Let's hope the extra finger won't be the middle one. 20% physical on the increased small node. Yeah, it's definitely underrated. This is underrated for sure. It's not like crazy, but it's good. What do you think about the swarm build? Like the new skill, the new swarm skill? It's hard to say. They haven't released any numbers or anything about it. I'm gonna keep spamming this. Podcast with Kongor when? Potentially at some soon, you know? We'll see. I don't know. We'll have to talk with the boys, see when we can fit that slide that one in. They're afraid of me. Well, you know what? You're right. You're right. How do you feel about Lich minions this patch? Starting ED Contagion or Let Me Bomb? I actually, like, now that, like, after what we talked about on the podcast today with Cal, I actually think that minions this league could potentially be, like, actually pretty strong. The fact that you can use support gems across every, like, the right support gems, the good support gems across every single one of your minions, I think is really strong. Yo, Mr. Spy, thank you for that super chat. Could you go over Molten Blast? Sure. We can take a look at Molten Blast. Let's see here. Now, like, we know that Molten Blast got changed with the mobility stuff, like the movement stuff, which is already like crazy nice for QOL. But now it inflicts 200% more flammability and 100% ignite duration. The secondary projectile talent can no longer be modified, though. Quality now grants 30% to inflict elemental exposure. I don't think the secondary projectile was that big of a thing. Now, I think it helped with clear for sure. But I think if you're attacking fast enough, which a lot of people just use like super high attacks with Molten Blast, I don't think it should make that big of a difference. I think for the most part, single target wise, it got buffed, and the AoE, it didn't really get nerfed that much. So I like it just by the fact that you now is more comfortable to use is also very good. I think overall, Molten Blast is going to be a good skill. With a store, which will be OP or cast on elements, cast and crit will be broken. The witch that you use 3 elements or it'll change over time fast for overcast. What do you think is the easiest league starter? Deadeye, considering the majority of people are going to be doing Deadeye. I actually don't think Deadeye is going to be the easiest league starter, right? I think Deadeye is very good as a Ascendancy, but as a league starter, I feel like you're lacking damage on this class. Because, like, I think that last league we all saw that Spear League start was kind of tough unless you're going Lightning Spear, right? And Bow League start is not the best either. So it's kind of hard to go Deadeye with like those things. Now you could go like spells, but it doesn't really synergize that well with it. Like the problem with Deadeye as a League Star, it just doesn't give you that much damage. It's still really good, and I think it's going to be a solid choice, but I don't think it's the best League starter. I think, like, again, I always think that Warrior is going to be a very solid League starter, right? Titan specifically, now that this got nerfed. Titan is going to be a good League starter. Again, the thing with Warrior, though, it's very, very good as a League starter, but scaling it to endgame, like top end game, is always going to be like, it's going to be slower. It's going to start losing out to the other classes, right? So the ceiling is lower in terms of like clear speed and everything else, but like the process of like League starting and like building the character up without much funding, like, I think Warrior is always the best, and it will continue to be the best unless they do some major changes to Mace skills. Warrior is very self-sufficient without much funding. But again, you know, endgame, uber endgame, like as you get further and further in endgame, it starts dropping off. But the other thing is, I think that Essence Drain Contagion will be very, very strong. So any of these classes will be very, very good for ED Contagion. Actually, probably not this one as much, but this one, right? Very, very good for ED Contagion with the Demon Form buffs, and Lich is always very good for ED Contagion as well. So like right now, what I will say is, like, without the new tree, it's hard to say like anything's for sure, but I do think that Essence Drain Contagion Lich is going to be for sure a very, very strong League starter. I don't think you will go wrong with it. Why is Lich good for ED? Because it has a lot of like just like general spell damage buffs across the board. Because like the thing is, right, with ED you can't scale crit, so this is not very good, right? And that's why this is pretty dang good too for ED. But you have Demon Form, which you will have to gear around for like the HP drain, for example. So that's why it's a little bit more clunky, whereas this is just damage. You just get damage. And that's why it's a very, very good League start for Essence Drain Contagion. There's going to be a lot of chaos scaling this patch. We'll see. Again, I looked at the tree, right? I looked at the tree, and it really didn't seem like there was that many new chaos nodes. Unless they add a lot of chaos scaling with like affixes with veiled mods or things like that, I still feel like chaos is going to be a weaker damage type. Unless you're running like Chayula, maybe. But like, this was the only chaos node that I saw. Like, I was chatting with Uncle Jay in the comments, and he said there's 2 that he saw, but this one right here is the only one I saw. So I don't know if anybody has spotted any additional chaos nodes that they added, because I've only seen this one over here. It's 3 nodes. It's literally 3 nodes right there. ED Contagion very irritating when you play it, especially when you approach the more faster enemies. Well, life nodes? No. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. New tree? Yeah, this is a new tree. Now, one thing to consider, right? One thing to consider is that instead of running ED Contagion, you could potentially, let's see here, right? What are some fire skills? What are some fire skills? Are there any good fire skills that we could use? I know that sounds crazy. Good fire skills. But there's a world where you could run like like, I don't know. Does Solar Orb give like ignite? It does, right? So it's like you could run a Solar Orb Contagion build. Like Solar Orb is on a weapon now, so it might change things up. But potentially you could run like a Solar Orb Contagion build with the node that changes your damage all the chaos. Your fire damage all the chaos. Like there's a world that could potentially work. Because like your ignites will now be chaos damage, right? Or you could run Black Flame. You don't even have to get this node. You could run Black Flame and spread with Contagion. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's definitely very just like random thing on top of my head that I thought of. It's probably has no legs, but you know, cool idea to throw out there, right? It's just stupid enough to try. So, yeah. But I think ED Contagious is going to continue being like the solid option. ED Contagion with what is it called? The totems. What is it called? Dark Effigy. And again, Dark Effigy got buffed in its ability to like do like hit enemies. So I think Dark Effigy will be even more solid this league. Like something that you can do that's going to be really good for endgame, right? As you start scaling your damage, what you're going to transition to is you're going to use Dark Effigy plus like a curse to go do damage with Decaying Hex. That's a way to get like make sure you're not like worrying about the travel speed of like the contagion stuff. That could help out a lot with like, you know, not getting caught up and like getting bum rushed by mobs. Blasphemy, sadly, it doesn't work that way. Decaying Hex does not work with Blasphemy. I wish it did. I tried. When I was doing my Dark FG totem build in 0.1, I wanted to get it to work, but it didn't. The other thing, right? And unfortunately, I just don't think it'll work this way. Actually, yeah, I don't know. Just perma-free screens with temporal chains. That's also another thing too, right? If you Blasphemy temporal chains, this league, temporal chains did get buffed overall. If you look at temporal chains, it got double the effectiveness. Now on unique enemies, it's still going to be about the same, but every other enemy, this is going to be really strong to keep enemies off of you when you're using ED Contagion. What do you say about Hyula Life Stacker spell build with Combs and Darkness? I mean, what I would say about Combs' is Darkness is like, it's probably not the best at map clearing, is what I'll say. You can make it work. I think Combs and Darkness is like a good simulacrum build, but other than that, it's gonna struggle with a lot of stuff. There already is like some Combs and Darkness builds, but they're usually just like simulacrum bots. They're not really good at anything else. You have the weird black hole thing now. I mean, unless you're planning to roll around the map the entire time. Firm believer that monkey should use CI. The bleed and poison sucks too much for the avoidable melee. Set out crowned eyes for attack variant. I mean, again, I think just losing spirit is so rough. Having 0 spirit is just so tough. Spirit is the lifeblood of most builds, especially when it comes to clear and mapping. So when you lose spirit, you lose a lot of your ability to do big AoEs, especially on attacking builds. You don't get any heralds. You don't get like, you know, your You're a wind dancer. You don't get a lot of things. You lose out on a lot. Need to watch Miso while axed to feel less bad about myself. If I watch Angorvis, it makes me feel bad. Well, you know what, Blade? I'm gonna start studying up on speedrunning, and then you know, I guess you'll have nowhere to go. They should just add Eternal Blessing to the game. It'll instantly save Darkness with one buff that costs nothing. Do you have to parry playing Amazon? No. Nobody parries the end game. Nobody parries the end game. And honestly, I have gotten into like it was the worst thing ever, dude. So one of my hardcore runs that I was doing, I tried to parry the jailer or whatever, the executioner, right, in Act 1 in Ogum Farms or whatever it's called. And I think he crit me or something like that because I tried to parry him from with 0 stun meter, by the way. I parried his attack and he just instantly heavy stunned me and then dropped an anvil on my head while I was heavy stunned. And from there on out, I decided I was never parrying again in campaign. The executioner sounds hot. What class are we gonna go for League Start? Hollow Palm Chayula. But he teabagged you. You know, I almost wish he did. Like Amazon be the better Hollow Palm compared to Monk. I still think Monk might be better, but Amazon is definitely a good alternative as well. But you can't. The thing is, the reason why for me I want to start Hollow Palm on Monk, right, as opposed to any other Ascendancy, is because Hollow Palm is gonna be right here, right? So it's way easier to get to here from Monk as opposed to here with Amazon, or yeah, with Amazon. And a lot of these nodes are just like not the best for Monk either, like your starting nodes. So it's much better for the beginning and like to get to it early by using Monk as opposed to Amazon. It just, you know, takes you, it's just a lot faster and a lot easier. It's not that big of a difference, but you don't, the thing is like the leveling experience is worse, right? I think that these nodes are much more powerful than these nodes for the Monk. Like if you beeline it, sure, right? It's not that big of a difference. But if you want to have like nodes that will take you, you know, get you somewhere and not have to rely entirely on the power of the skill itself, this is going to be the better option. I wonder how many people would change class builds if they see the full tree. I don't think that many people are. I mean, there's gonna be a number of people who are just because they want to like min max everything. But some people like me, I'm not gonna change it just because of the tree. Okay, just link the new patch changes. It's just the old one. It's at the bottom of the page though. I'll put it here. It's just the patch notes from yesterday. It was the new patch notes from yesterday. These ones. I'm so cooked waiting for the patch. I coded a Markov chain simulator for a Stormweaver random infusions for favorable outcomes to determine there's a 0.002% chance to maintain 70% a favorable outcome during a fight. Gemling's been doing good the past 2 seasons. I mean, Gemling's always been a solid choice, right? Season 1, Gemling was OP. Season 2, it was fine. The thing is, I don't think you can ever make a bad Gemling build. Like, Gemling can never be, like, in its current state, Gemling can never be a bad choice. It might always be the best choice, but it's never going to be a bad choice. Same with Ritualist. Just convince me not to start Deadeye. What are the changes to mana that make Mom viable again? It's just that you don't have to, the mana costs are way low, or supposedly, right? Lower. That's the big thing. Because they said that they're going to scale mana costs down. Especially on like the high end. All right. Mana growth of all skills is rebalanced. Generally speaking, skills have a similar mana cost at low gem levels, potentially slightly higher mana cost in the intermediate, but then the lower mana cost and sometimes dramatically lower at gems higher than level 20. Like the big problem was like at the end game, sometimes your skills will just cost like 1,000 mana all of a sudden for some reason, right? Like 500 mana a cast, 1,000 mana a cast. And you know, them not doing that puts MOM back on the board for spellcasters. I discovered you through a poison explanation on YouTube. I loved it. Thanks for the quality content. Yo, appreciate that, man. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And thanks for coming and say hi. Appreciate it. Can you ask devs for a stream with Crosso's devs? Talk about Crosso's future? I wish, dude. I would love to. I would love to go and talk to him. But I don't have that power. Unfortunately, I have zero connection to devs. I'm considering Fire Spell on Kitava, MOM, to see if Instant Earthquake or Quarter Saves Whirling Assault. $600 mana to reload 1 Galvanic Shard clip. Is Hollow Palm really viable, though? I thought that losing skill levels and juice physical damage on Quarterstaff are too valuable to give up on. Thoughts? It just depends on how well Hollow Palm scales. Like, it depends on how much damage Hollow Palm gives you. Like, for the physical... Like, Hollow Palm gives you physical damage based off your gem level, right? So, if that scaling is good, then Hollow Palm will be good. If the scaling is bad, then it'll be bad. We just don't really know how good Hollow Palm will be until we get that. Don't delete this broadcast. Oh no, don't worry. The only broadcasts I ever delete, or not delete, but like private, are the podcasts. Because for the podcast, I want to funnel everybody into the actual podcast video. And not have it split between, like, some people are going to go to the podcast from the live and some people are going to go to the podcast and the video. That's the only reason why I like remove videos. Yo, what's up, potting mix? Check my Discord message. Oh, the TOS? No, it's TOS to keep them together, but it's not TOS to split them, if I remember correctly. But thank you. I bet Hollow Palm will win at level 30 plus gem. We'll see. Which is, again, why I think that Gemling will definitely have the highest ceiling for Hollow Palm. Right? If you're asking, like, what is the best Ascendancy for Hollow Palm, I think it might be Gemling. I think Gemling has the potential to definitely be the highest damage ceiling for the Hollow Palm, just because of the fact that you can scale your gems higher. Just because of the fact that you can scale your gems to a higher level than the others, I think that the Hollow Palm has the potential to be the best, especially because it's like with a weapon, you can scale your gem level a much higher than without. So, like, you can kind of make up for things. Like, I think, like, for example, Gemling, when I was trying to scale levels last league for Whirling Slash, Incinerate, yeah, you can get to level 40 Incinerate without Gemling, but it was just a lot easier with it. So, given that the ceiling is Gemling for levels, I think that Gemling is probably going to be the highest damage output for the Palm build. Here from the video, like Dark Microtransactions, I love the podcast. Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate that. It was so much fun to do. What are critical weaknesses, though? Is that potentially better than Gemling level? I think that critical weakness, I mean, it's going to make gearing a little bit easier, but other than that, I don't think damage is going to change too much. Especially, like, another thing is that, like, what is it called? You can also get critical weakness from other sources too, right? It's just that with the Ranger, it's easier to get it. Like, the Effigy of Cruelty stuff still works. You can still do Effigy of Cruelty to stack crit, but it's just a little bit, like, it's going to take you a little bit longer to stack it, or a little bit more hits. Does it ever make sense to run Mom without Eldritch Battery? I mean, you can't, like, there definitely are situations where you do want to do that. In my opinion, I still think ES is a better mitigator compared to mana, depending on your build. Like, if you're not able to leech mana back or gain mana back fast enough, I think that not taking EB is going to be a better situation. Am I gonna make Chayula? Yes, I'm gonna make Chayula. Generally has perfect tree with CDR nodes. Pathing, you get MOM for extra defense. I think generally has the highest potential. What would you say the top 3 Hollow Palm Ascendancies are, in my opinion? Personally, right now, I think Gemling is probably number 1. I haven't really thought about 2 and 3 that much. It's definitely going to have to be something here, right? It's either going to be Deadeye, Amazon, or one of these. It might be like Invoker. I think like Chayula has the potential for like big one-shots. So if you're going for one-shots, this is probably going to be the best option. But if you're talking about just like overall average, I think this is probably going to be the best. Gemling, Rituals, Amazon. I mean, Rituals is always gonna be good, right? But the thing is, like, you need a lot of funding. You need a lot of funding to make the Ritualist Ascendancy worth it for any build. Softcore, hardcore, softcore. I'm a softcore Andy. Hardcore I usually do at like the end of the league, when things are starting to die down. But I always start the league off in trade, softcore trade. Is the PoE up to date? No. Why Amazon? I think like you can do some fun stuff with like the crit stuff, right? You could do like some really super high attack speed stuff with like accuracy and crit. But also like I think this is gonna be, and I've mentioned this before, but I really think that if you're running Energy Shield this league, having a source of leech for HP or is gonna be very, very strong. Because then you use like Essentia Sanguis to make it so that HP leech is gonna be energy shield leech. Like, I think that, in my opinion, it's gonna be strong. Maybe I'm starting like, maybe it's not, I'm overrating it, but because they got rid of Eternal Youth, I just don't see a way for like melee builds, especially like Hollow Palm, which is like uber melee, to be able to sustain Energy Shield without some sort of leech. Convalescence is just, it's int, right? Convalescence is you're just, I feel like you might, it's an int gem. So like you can't really, it's going to be very hard for you to use it. And also it takes spirit. Which, again, maybe if you're Invoker, for example, you might be able to take it. But it also depends on like how many skill slots the build is going to use. Because you might be using a lot of skill slots, and then Convalescence, you don't have enough skill slots for it. Got it. Thanks, Congo. I appreciate that. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. What are the strat for leech for Deadeye? I wonder. That's the thing, right? Some classes are just not going to have the ability to leech ES, which is why again I put this as one of the better ascendancies, and then I also put Chayula as one of the better ascendancies because they have the ability to leech ES. I just personally think that being a melee character, you have no armor, right? You get hit, you're going to be taking big damage. And I think in terms of deflect too, I feel like deflect is going to be... I don't quite... Do you guys like the deflect? Actually, we did see what deflect looks like on the tree, right? But I feel like we're probably lacking deflect nodes up here. And all the deflect nodes are going to be down here. So it's like, again, another reason why it's going to be tough. Like, you're basically going to be running around with, like, no armor, no deflect, only ES. And if you have no way to recover that ES, you're just going to be super squishy. So that's, again, just to summarize again, that is why I think that if you're going to play Palm Monk, especially as a starter, you're going to want to start either Chayula or Amazon for that leech. And maybe Invoker, right? Because you can have like Convalescence with like Lead Me Through Grace. You might have enough spirit to run Convalescence. Maybe you want Chayula Amazon is crazy. Again, it's just my opinion, right? It could be completely wrong. I could be getting a completely wrong read on it, but typically that feels like the case. It feels like the case. Unless you think your ghost stance is going to be enough to like, you know, keep you topped off. I'm already super tanky on hybrid Deadeye without deflect. But are you using melee on Deadeye is the question. Are you melee or are you ranged, Rehab? Would Poison Hollow Palm be possible? Yeah, sure. You could do it. Hollow Palm is just like a play style and not like a build. Please make GG release 0.3 today. I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of waiting too. What do you want me to do? Fly over to New Zealand, knock on their door? Excuse me, Jonathan. I have requests from the players. Please release Path of Exile 2 patch 0.3 right now, this instance. I live in New Zealand. I got you. So let's say Hollow Palm Scaling is good. Are we Charge Staff, Flurry Bell, or Ice Strike or something else? I want to go Ice Strike. I just like, you know, seeing like the teleporting around and like going from mob to mob and just like doing like all the, you know, kicks and punches. That seems sick to me. Ice Strike for Falling Thunder, a single target. Yep. I'll either do Falling Thunder or I'll do I'd either do Falling Thunder or I'd do Flicker. Oh no, not Flicker, Gathering Storms. Like I did with my last monk. Can I scale ES with Passive Tree and run Eldritch Vagary, or will I only be able to convert your base? It's only the base, if I remember. Actually, is the base? I'm forgetting. I'm forgetting. We could test it out here, right? So right now I have how much mana? Total mana 844, right? If I go EB, I will have 1.6k, right? And then we're going to get some more mana here. Yeah, you can scale with the tree. You can scale with the tree. Will I try the new witch? I want to try the new witch at some point. I don't know when I'm gonna make a witch build, but I'm gonna do demon form for sure. Oh wait, sorry. The ES. We're looking for percent ES. Percent ES. Percent ES will not work. Yeah, it's not gonna work. ES is not gonna work. You have to scale percent mana. Actually, I think I knew that actually. I don't know why. I was for some reason I was thinking of mana, but yeah, you cannot scale with more ES like that. Nice Deadeye video. Thank you. Appreciate it. I turned a new leaf from PoE from what I heard. Yo, what's up, Kelly? Yeah, I play PoE. PoE's my home now. It's a humble little abode, you know. But you know what? Honestly, it's better for the health compared to Lost Ark. Get your fist charge effect with the spikes animation, pretty cool. Yeah. Oh my god. The thing is, again, right? Hollow Palm. If like the reason why I'm going Hollow Palm has never been like I think it's gonna be a crazy good build. It might be good depending on the scaling again, but like the reason why I want to go Hollow Palm purely is because it just looks cool. The fantasy of unarmed builds has always been one that I've been a fan of. So like regardless of it's like good or not, I am just all in on it. And the wallet. I mean, I think I've said this before, but I stream Lost Ark as like my main job or whatever, right? A job. And as a result, I needed to keep up with the meta and everything like that. So I needed to spend money on the game. Last year, when I wrote off, like when I was doing my taxes, my Steam like total amount spent. Now, granted, probably like let's just say give or take $500 to $1,000 was on other games. The Steam I spent $8,000. So I probably spent like $7,000 to $8,000 on Lost Ark last year. So not playing Lost Ark means I'm spending way less money. Yo, Mr. Ken, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate it, man. Welcome back. Blue Protocol? I do want to try Blue Protocol. I didn't get to the beta, though. I want to go no hands, but me plus 7 melee skills. 80,000, not 80,000. $8,000. Yes, 8,000. Don't feel bad. I wish I was rich. What the fuck? After my taxes last year, I broke just off of business expenses, right? Including unemployment, including what I made from streaming, I broke even on business expenses. Just business expenses. Not like food, not like bills, not like anything else, like insurance, right? Car, everything. None of that. Just business expenses, I broke even. I am not rich. Did I make it the finals in CM? Yeah, I did. Luckily. I pay bills? Yeah, like insurance and stuff. Health insurance, car insurance, mobile phone bills, things like that. Business says your stream costs you that much? I mean, I had to upgrade a lot of my gear, right? I had to like get a lot of new gear for like streaming. I had to travel expenses too, as I went to TwitchCon, like staying, like hotel, like whatever Airbnb expenses. Again, Lost Ark itself cost me like $8,000. Like, it's quite a bit, you know, it's quite a bit. Am I really not going to TwitchCon? Yeah, probably not. Because the thing is, I'm already taking a weekend. So it's terrible. So I'm not gonna be gone this weekend, right? Launch weekend, I'm still be here. But next weekend, I have to go to Seattle for my friend's baby thingy. So I'm gonna be missing that entire weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? That's gonna be terrible. Okay, I feel so annoyed. Like, I mean, I'm not annoyed, but like, I don't want to do that. But I have, like, I should, right? It's one of my best buds. So I'm gonna go be missing that weekend, and then I'm gonna be going to Japan for 2 weeks in November. So it's like I cannot be taking more days off. So I cannot go to TwitchCon. Gem incident. How about you don't go then? I can't. I can't. It's a friend. Live stream from there? I can't. I can't. I'm gonna be staying at a friend's house. Can I stop by HK during the Japan trip? Are you aware that the podcast for your YouTube channel won't upload straight after the premiere? I do that on purpose. Yeah, I do it on purpose. I do that on purpose. I private the video. Happy for a friend. IRL from Japan? Yeah, probably a little bit. Probably a little bit. But the hope is that I'll still be able to do podcast, right? I'll stay up late for the podcast if I can. Um and at the time it'll be probably around when things are starting to come out for like leaks for the next league. So I'll probably like do a little bit of content here and there while I'm in Japan like that. Friends and family first, respectful. That's not why they nerf Giant's Blood. They call Bringer of Rain a chase item in the patch. Do they call it a chase item? That's crazy. Sky's doing good. It's nice to see you. Yo, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it, Kelly. He's marrying Rabbit. Rabbit is unfortunately a taken man. He is already married. I cannot marry him. Thoughts on any cool ritualist builds? I mean, to be honest, you could do anything on a ritualist. Anything is possible on a ritualist, as long as you have enough money. But I still think like the whirling slash builds are really cool. Ritualist scales whirling slash really well. Rest is important. I appreciate it. Try and mention the new video that there will be a performance upgrade in 0.3. Oh my god, yes. I can't wait. Apparently they like redid the entire situation, and like hopefully that means that the performance this patch is going to be great. Because again, I have a 5090 and it uses up 90%, over 90% GPU usage on a 5090. That is ridiculous. Listen to the pod of DM. Amazing. Yeah. Awesome job. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. Can you explain why Ritual scales build so well? I have never played the skill. I'm just curious. So the reason why it scales it so well is because you get like uber attack speed from Ritualist, because you can be a huge stat stacker and then you can get Falcon Dive, right, for plus speed on accuracy, attack speed on accuracy, and then you get Falcon Technique for more attack speed for dexterity, which, you know, comes from scaling dexterity. And you can just stack like crazy on Ritualist to get super high attack speed to make those builds go super zoom. Turn on the LSS. It is on. It is on. Our podcast microtransaction. You're by far the most insightful, Cal. I mean, I appreciate it, but you know, all of us bring something different, right? All of us bring something different, which is, I think, the great part about our podcast group. I think like all three of us come with very different perspectives and very different ways of approaching things. So there's like, you know, something for everybody on that podcast, in my opinion. Are there lollies in PoE asking for a friend? No, not quite. How about an experience would it be for me to go to Chayula, Slapper as a league start? It's really hard to tell right now, to be honest. It really just depends on the scaling of the node. If the node scales well, then it'll be very good. If the node scales badly, then it'll be bad. Did any of my feed I got a video of the idea of using skill on Witch Hunter due to the execute calling scaling explode, but actual hits seem small. I wish Steam did pre-download. Are they not doing like a pre-install for the patch? Because if that's the case, I think that would be a huge mistake. Do you see John Rowan's class tier list for 0.3? No. Should we watch it together? Let's watch it together. Does he have it on his YouTube? Oh, here it is. Ascendancy tier list. All right, let's watch this together, guys. Let's watch this together. Let's see what he says.
Okay. S. Deadeye. Okay.
That's true. Yeah.
S tier. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do it systematically.
I feel that.
Let's talk about each Ascendancy. Deadeye right now is like insane, right?
Yep.
Deadeye is fucking insane.
Agreed.
And stupid. You guys don't think Stormweaver's fuck up? Okay. Why is it insane? Okay. New says spear builds, spear and bow builds both unnerfed. I'm gonna write this as a slash. Both spear skills mostly untouched. Automated frenzy generate.
I mean, with the spear stuff though, in my opinion, there was really kind of only one spear build last league that was like good. And I would not say that got untouched. It got pretty nerfed. So I don't know how much the spear stuff comes in, but definitely the bows. Oh, yeah, Twister was really good too. Twister was really good too. You're right. Twister Deadeye is going to be popping the fuck off this league.
Well, 10% base crit buff. Boost speed still a premium. This is a tier list, mostly to start creating a beginning, to establish.
I think more people playing Chrono, maybe a little bit.
Framework for build theory, entering 0.3. While the list notes.
All right, yap. Okay.
The damage reduction got buffed, which is like no, it's not dog. It's just like the damage reduction got buffed, which is like pretty cool. It is still pre-calc, so this applies before resistances, which is weak. Does it have 5 nodes to take even? Because guys, in the worst case scenario, Pathfinder has prolif, double poison. It also has things like this, and it also has 5 point. I don't think this can ever be terrible, just because it has this and this. Like, even just these two things alone are like... I think the lowest is like C, that it could go. It could go... The lowest we have is D tier, right? The D tier is like reserved for Witch Hunter, basically.
I actually don't think Witch Hunter is going to be that bad. And we talked about this on the podcast today, right? But the thing is with Witch Hunter, there is a... With the instant weapon swaps this league, right? There is so much room for those to actually go insane. And Witch Hunter gets, I think, like what, double the amount of weapon swap nodes on the tree, right? With the what is it called? Weapons Master, right? Extra 20. Basically double. That is going to be insane because the instant weapon swap just opens up the ability for us to just like completely flip the game upside down. The synergies between the weapons will actually be insane, in my opinion. So I actually think that Witch Hunter might not be as bad as everybody think it is. Now, do I think it's going to go crazy, go ham? I don't think so. But I'd maybe put it in like B or C tier or something. I wouldn't put it in D tier.
Yeah, I don't like the armor calc still. Okay, yeah, let's put it. I think Pathfinder here is fine.
Yeah, I think Pathfinder C tier is fine.
What's the next one? I guess
I think that the problem with Pathfinder again is like it's built around concoctions. I think is like the main thing, and also poisons. And poison is not in an amazing place. I still think after this patch, it's not going to be that great. But I think that, like John said, the floor for this class is not that low, just because of the fact that it will always have some form of use with like the movement speed nodes and the nodes that give you extra passive points.
In this order instead. I guess they're not done yet necessarily. But we'll go in this order then. Okay, the next one is gonna be Amazon. Amazon last patch is A tier, right? What is Amazon this patch? This is nerfed significantly. Well, I think like there's a couple issues I have with Amazon in particular. Number one, will you be able to get to RT? Because if you can get to RT, then it makes this a little bit easier. Or yeah, it makes this a little bit easier to get, right? So I played Lyco last time and it was okay. But if you actually look at like the rest of stuff on Amazon, it's kind of like not great. This is a 20%-ish damage node. There's a little bit of snapshot that can happen. In for the kill is just bad, in my opinion. This is good. It's really good for the builds you don't necessarily think it's great for. Like it's okay, and it's pretty strong the league star for all your attack builds, but it's mostly for enabling like crit, incinerate, and shit like that. Penetrate's bad. It's unfortunate. I don't know if we're gonna get some uniques that really enable that. And then this stuff like was never crazy. It's good for utility, but nothing special. RT is bad. I think it's RT doubles your accuracy now, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't love anything on here that much. It's good bow Ascendancy. It's still decent. The nerf is significant.
I'm guessing he's gonna say B tier.
Putting it in B tier.
Yep.
I don't think the reason why is this. There's no reason to play Amazon, I believe. Oh, RG still can't crit. Oh, okay, that sucks then. Biggest issue, it is worse than Deadeye in every single situation.
Thanks M7M1758
except for maybe
for
Queen builds. Maybe, but I don't even know if that's true.
I think that you could scale Amazon pretty well. Again, there's some niche use cases. I think again with like the just like using whirling / solo by itself, right? I think there's a chance that becomes like Amazon becomes the main thing to use, the main ascendancy use there. But overall, yeah, you kind of would never go to Amazon over Deadeye. Again, the other thing that I mentioned is just like for Hollow Palm or like melee ES builds, Amazon is able to leech off of like anything, which is really good. So there's a chance there that Amazon is like good for that, but B tier is I would agree with that as well. Season 1, I enjoyed Shattering Concoction. Feels like it remained weak since then. The thing is, right, they have completely changed how Shattering Concoction, like the concoction skills work, basically. The concoctions in the new patch are no longer damage skills. And I don't know if we will ever, like, they will ever turn that back. I really hope they reconsider it, right? The fact that concoctions, like, I don't know. I don't know if any of you guys played concoctions in Season 1 or played concoctions in PoE 1, but concoctions were very, very fun. They were fun in both PoE 1 and they were fun in 0.1. It's just sad to see them basically just destroy an archetype of like skills, like a builds. And I hope they bring it back. Best thing for Unarmed Monk, damage ceiling is going to be Gemling. Damage ceiling is going to be Gemling for sure. Okay. Let's get back in here.
Like, like how good is Stalking Panther for Queen? That's high end. It's up to like on the low end too, because you have to invest in accuracy. Deadeye doesn't need to invest in a shit. No, this is just weak. Every node is bad here. Like Penetrate's good early game, I guess, but like Deadeye's just better in every way. Maybe crossbows is okay on. No, crossbow, you want to be Deadeye too, man.
Deadeye too on crossbows.
Grenades, maybe? No, grenades want to be Deadeye too.
It's just that Deadeye is just campaign, way better.
Deadeye's also better for campaign.
The thing is, like,
if Deadeye didn't exist.
Amazon, again, I think if we're using like a melee build, right, I think Amazon's better. Amazon is way better if you're using like a melee build in most situations. But if we're talking about like range builds, there's not really much of a composition. You any ranger build this league, right? Spears, bows, you're basically going Deadeye. You're not going to go anything else. Unless maybe you're doing poison, maybe for Pathfinder. But even for that, you're probably still going Deadeye. You remove 50% attendee points from a Deadeye. Deadeye will still OP do X arrow. I was explaining this today on my video, but Deadeye has no bad nodes. Every single node on the Deadeye tree is good and usable for something. And that is not the case for most Ascendancies. Deadeye Hollow Palm is the way to go if we push away from the class fantasy? Not necessarily. Again, I think that the highest ceiling for Hollow Palm is going to be Gemling. And I think, again, the fact that your energy shield in melee, you're going to need some way to recoup energy shield, which means that Chayula and Amazon are going to be good options. The other ones are going to be tough and very gear dependent. Tailwind's valid for melee too. Oh yeah, for sure. But it's just Tailwind is kind of the only thing you're really getting from melee from a Deadeye. Unless you have some sort of frenzy / power charge thing going on. But yeah.
Then I'd be talking like, oh, this is like really nice. You get like a lot of crit.
Dropping your fire hit
and stuff, but it's like okay,
fire
so
spell
now
on
Deadeye's
hit.
the crit Ascendancy. Deadeye's faster.
Ember Fusillade any good? Yeah, Ember Fusillade is good.
What happened to Ritualist this patch? I think Ritualist is here. I think Ritualist is A tier. Here's my rationale for this. Slight buffs. Ultimately incredibly strong at the top end due crazy gear scaling. I like Ritualist.
Yep. I mean, would I call it? Do I think it could even be S tier? I would not say it's an S tier build. Like, I would not say it's an S tier Ascendancy because of the fact that you really do need gear for it. Like, if you don't have money for it, it's in a D tier, right? Ritualist is D tier if you don't have like funding for it. At the end of the day, how good the class is how good your gear is. So I would say S is the type of character that can be basically used effectively at all levels of funding. Deadeye, again, if you're using bows, you need a lot of funding. Spears, you can go with less funding. But if you're trying to go bows, it's definitely like, yeah. So that's why I would even put, and like the highs for a Deadeye is just like, as an overall Ascendancy is just way better, more well-rounded than a Ritualist. So I would say that the A tier I agree with here, and his reasons for it as well, just like very, very strong at the top end. But at the bottom end and the mid end, oh, you are just down here somewhere. Ritualist is so hot though.
Not much to be said. It's the ultimate.
Are you planning on getting power charges? If you want to get power charges, it would be like a mark plus like resonance.
Tactician is gotta be
or frenzy to power.
It's either A or S tier. It's one of the only ones that could potentially be S tier.
It really.
But it just depends. I would be happy to put it in here right away. Here's a couple problems. Okay, number one, Siege Cascade got nerfed.
Is this guy actually saying Tactician in the S tier?
No, Siege Cascade got massive nerfs, but it's good for totems right now. The perma banner potential is crazy. No, guys, Siege Cascade, not Siege Totem, like not fucking Siege Ballista. Siege Cascade, guys. However, there is this.
I don't know.
There is still explosive.
I mean, Jung World's got a much bigger brain than I do, so maybe he's got some neurons connecting in places that I'm not connecting. But I feel like Tactician is still very much a kind of like a jack of all trades class that doesn't really have anything that it really is like super, super high tier on, other than maybe like some support stuff. Casual player, do you think Warrior's good? Yeah, Warrior's very good. Warrior's very good.
Would need to find a different way to do consumption. It's a little bit weird. Yeah, I guess A tier. Okay, but it has like so much potential, you know.
It does.
The 5
it does.
Could be really
it does have
hard.
potential.
I'm happy to put this in S tier. Actually,
Damn.
Well,
S tier
Okay.
Technician.
Let's put it here, Tactician.
I would put Tactician in
Our things
B
that
A tier,
this,
low
Perma,
A B
Banner.
tier, just because there's just it's like he said, right? There's potential, but I'm not sure if that potential is going to be realized for like. And again, team play, I think Tactician is really good, but for solo play, I do think there's probably still a little bit more to be desired there. And maybe part of it's also because I just don't like using banners. I don't like banners.
Could move this to S tier. Why is banner important? Because
recommend me gemling nodes for Hollow Palm. I mean, it's probably gonna be something like, it's hard to say right now. We just don't know a lot of stuff about it. We need like the tree stuff, but you know, if I were to guess, it's probably gonna be like, it's definitely this way, right? Whatever skill you're using, int, dex, strength, and then you're probably gonna go this way. That's my guess. Either that, or you're gonna go this way.
Because this exists on banner. Like this alone, if you have a good setup for a permanent Defiance banner, well, we'll see how much glory is on the tree and stuff like that. Like this itself makes you good enough for everything. Like if you can sustain one fucking banner, HVR, yeah, but HVR is like nothing to do with this Ascendancy. HVR could be on anything, right? I think because Siege Cascade was really nerfed, I'm kind of feeling not the best about this in some ways. But I did play Explosive Shot last patch with Shard Scavenger, but that was on Deadeye. I don't know. I don't even think I need to write this. It's like Siege Cascade was the Tactician build last patch. Alright guys, I'm not even gonna say anything. D is for Witch Hunter. The next one over here, oh wait, this is Gemling, right? They gave Gemling alterations, I think. I think this Ascendancy is whatever right now. The charge generation thing is not bad. Dude, there's too much unknown. I'm just gonna put it in like low C.
Really?
Okay, what's the
I'd
next
probably
one?
put it B tier.
I
I think Gemling. I think Gemling. It's not as good as Ritualist, but it's not like that much worse. I think again the ceiling for Ritualist is much higher than Gemling, but I think maybe it's because I value like lower gear requirements, right? I value like early, mid, and end game maybe a lot more. I think maybe this is more of just like a ceiling tier list, whereas I have like in my mind like I also value the journey to the end game and like how good it is at all points of the of your game your game.
Gemling, it is what it is. Like a lot of the sort of beauty of Gemling is gone. Like the nerfs over and over again have been really painful. Like I think this was nerfed as well, right?
It was nerfed from
these,
0.1,
like,
but not
pathing in
0.2.
and stuff. There's really like it's just not that crazy right now. And like POB lies to you about integrated efficiency. All right, boys, it's time. It's time for the best part. Warrior.
Oh boy.
Titan. Did Titan get changed at all?
I mean, Titan as an Ascendancy is very good still.
Titan is unchanged. It's like Giant's Blood nerf, but block was buffed.
As an Ascendancy alone, right? Not thinking about everything around the Ascendancy, like Giant's Blood and everything, right? As an Ascendancy, and I think when we are looking at Ascendancies, I guess it depends on what type of tier list you're making. The way that I would make a tier list is like based off of the Ascendancy itself. And as an Ascendancy, Titan is one of the strongest just for the fact that it has, what is this called? This node, Hulking Form. Hulking Form is ridiculously strong. You get so much value off of it. So that in itself kind of makes Titan worth running. I mean, in a lot of cases, you kind of do run Titan just with Hulking Form, right? So that is going to be very, very good. Because I could never rate Titan anywhere below A tier, but like if you count the warrior stuff and the warrior nerfs, it might be
especially the low end. I feel like it's okay.
Yeah, and with the fact that you have a lot more small nodes now, because there's just a lot more nodes on the tree. You're just getting so much more value off it. Titan is strong. Titan is a very strong ascendancy.
Particularly this node.
I play Titan for the inventory space.
Now. Is armor break on Titan?
Does that work with heroic tragedy?
Bad. I feel like this is bad Smith.
On small nodes, yeah.
Helpful things from hulking form.
You think hulking form will get nerfed?
It can be B or C. I think C tier for Titan right now. This is my.
It would be very like, unless warrior, like where it is on the tree and everything and maces, right? Unless where it is on the tree and like HP and armor get to a point where it's viable and strong, I don't think they're ever going to nerf Titan. But if they get it to a point where armor is actually a good defensive layer, I think there's definitely a chance that we can see a hulking form nerf, because it is just that strong. It is just that strong. Doc's nerf? Link? What doc? It is really just that strong. Now, I see why Jungron is putting it in C tier, right? Because at the moment, with all of the warrior nerfs, with block, with Giant's Blood, right? I can see why he's putting the class in C. And I think because of that, he's probably not going to put any warrior above C, because Titan is the best warrior. Titan is the best warrior. So because of that, I just don't think he's ever going to put this below C. He's not going to have any warrior above C. He's just not.
This is my opinion. My sense. Because Smith is very good.
Totem Warbringer. There is a chance that Totem Warbringer is good. Warbringer as an Ascendancy, though, I don't think is like that good. But if you're going off of like a specific build archetype, I think there's a chance for the totems to be good if the ancestral spirits that it calls out are good.
Cry. What does this say? Heavy Sun. Okay, here. Okay, let's say we're looking at the other senses, guys. Right? It's worse than Smith in almost every way. I want to say.
Wow, Smith got nerfed pretty hard this.
It is really a hulking form could hard carry.
Yes, hulking form does hard carry.
The thing is, like, it's worse than everything else that we've gone through so far, except for the ones that we've said are worse. It might.
Warbringer has high block. No, well, the thing is, Warbringer has higher block. It goes up to 75%, but it gets glancing blows. So that means you're gonna have to take damage from your blocks now. So before the block chance, right? Whenever you block, it would, like, normally whenever you block, you take 0 damage from the blocks, right? But then with the higher block chance, you start taking damage. You take 30% damage, which is pretty rough.
Way better than Gemling. On the top side, I think most of these senses are more interesting and have more to offer. And on the right side, well, these two are, you know. But when you compare to this set of Ascendancies, it's so much worse. Like, would you rather be a Deadeye or a Titan? If you put Titan and Deadeye side by side, guys, one Ascendancy says 3 times damage, 25% more speed, which is like mega premium, and then like some other node. And then the other one says backpack. All right, let's keep it nice and
again
simple.
It's this tree. It's the tree. If you put Titan over on the Deadeye side of the tree, it would be ridiculous. It would be absolutely insane.
However, guys, Warbringer. I think Warbringer is interesting. I think Warbringer is really interesting. So it has 75 block now, right? It has this. It has lucky block. It has cast on block. I think 75 block baseline. I think this is still good to have. Like, there's like things you can do for like mixed recovery and stuff like that. I think that this is like possibly quite good. The totem changes are really interesting. The top end totem, if you can find a way to do endurance charge generation really well, I feel like this is super good. It's got rallying cry off one of its like little buddies here, which is sick actually. All the spirits got buffed a little bit.
So he seems to be rating Warbringer pretty dang high.
I don't really care that much about the Jade buffs. I would say generally because totem modes got changed, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, and like Magma Berry got buffed too.
Oh, I don't
You
think
guys like
so.
an AT? Only 55.
I don't think Magma Berry got a buff. You had to charge up Magma Berry to use. I mean, I guess if he's talking about it not from like a main attacking skill standpoint, Magma Berry did get buffed. But if you're using it as a damage skill, Magma Barrier definitely got a nerf. Is it coffee or hot chocolate? It's water. It is hot water.
Close. I'm pretty like not sure actually. What else does Warbringer have on it right now? I think Warcraft Explode is
Yo,
bad.
what's up, Mr.
Renly's
Uncle J?
Is, I mean, okay-ish.
Magma Barrier should be
okay.
super clunky now for sure. If you're using it as a main damage skill, Magma Barrier
depends if totems are actually good or bad.
It ain't it.
I don't think it'd be an A tier.
What do you mean just hot water? I'm drinking just hot water. Whoops. Turn off my lights. I'm drinking just hot water. It is just hot water. It's brown. It's because I drink a lot of tea. I drink a lot of tea. That's why the cup itself is a little brown. I drink a lot of black tea. So the cup gets the tea stains, which are like impossible to remove sometimes, unless I'm like bleaching the cup. Where am I from? I'm in West Coast, California. Hot water is base.
Okay, guys, Smith and Katava. This is sort of the one that I like. Feel like
I don't feel you're a person to be trusted. What the? Let the guy drink hot water. Sometimes microwave my Kellogg's with milk. That's no. You know what? You're right. Let me drink. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Kellogg's with milk. Sure. Yeah, that's great. Tea, sure, but hot water. Well, the thing is, right? So for me, I always have a cup of tea for the stream. I always have a cup of tea for the stream. But then I don't want to drink more than one cup of tea because I usually go to bed right after the stream. So I drink one cup of tea, and then the rest of it I drink hot water. I still want to have a hot drink. I want to have something normal, like warm. I don't want anything too heavy, so I just drink hot water. Too expensive to buy in California is to drink water. Decaf is an option. I like Asian teas. I don't like what is it called? Western teas that much. So there's not really that much like decaf Asian stuff for one. But also like I drink so much tea that I need to like I drink very little water. And I drink a lot of tea. I wake up in the morning, I have a cup of water. And then after I eat I don't eat breakfast, I only eat lunch. After I eat lunch, I have a cup of tea, right? Maybe I'll have another cup of tea like, a couple hours later. I eat dinner, I will have a cup of tea afterwards. And then at like not like so it's like I have like 3 or 4 cups of tea a day and I only drink 1 cup of water. So what that means is I don't get that much water in my body, so I make up for it by drinking water on the stream. I'm addicted to caffeine? No. The thing is like I don't have to drink like I go days whenever I travel, right? I don't really drink that much tea. I either don't drink tea at all or maybe it's like 1 cup a day. I just like tea. I was funny story, when my mom was still carrying me, I was still in the womb, right? I was still inside of my mother. She could not drink water. Every time she drank water, she threw up. But
you got it set
tea,
to M for mini when it should be set to W for Wumbo.
So I've been drinking tea since I was not even born yet. A man trapped inside a woman's body, I see. I know all about being inside your mother. I'm sure it's whatever it is, if that is true, it's fine, because she's very happy. tea, coffee, alcohol. It's not even hot anymore. Well, I use an ember mug, so this keeps it warm. I use an ember mug. Not sponsored, by the way. If Ember wants to sponsor me, I will take it because I use your product all day, every day. Hot chocolate. What's it do? It's a mug that keeps the water hot. It keeps whatever liquids in there hot. Like it keeps it hot. It's not like a thermos. It like uses electricity to actually like warm it up. Hashtag ad. No way I spent that on the mug. Yep, I did. I use it every single day, and I've been using it for at this point 6 years, and every time it breaks, I just ask for them for a replacement, and they send it to me for free. Lifetime warranty? Yeah. Yeah. I've actually had, I think at this point, 4 different mugs, and they've sent me a new one every single time. Black tea contains 11% xanthanous biomolecules found in plant leaves, wood, and bark of trees. This is an excess that can affect the body adversely to raise the risk of hair loss. Oh, shit! Is this because of tea? Don't tell me this is because of tea. Well, you know, it's worth it. It's worth it. I'm blind. It's because of tea. It's probably because of tea. I'm supposed to drink mostly coffee, and my hairline is absolutely great. It's over for me. It's over for me. Green tea actually helps against hair loss. Yeah, but I drink a lot of black tea as well, so sue Big T, get millions. Hair loss caused by too much masturbation? No, that's a lie. That's a lie. They told me that it's good for you to release some of your tensions. Balding seems to have a good effect on a streamer career. That is true. There are a lot of very popular balding men streamers. So maybe that's part of the key to becoming a successful streamer. Your head is so shiny you can see my future. Too bad it's as empty as your hairline. I hate this guy. I never got balding. Why do we evolve to be bald? Heck if I know. You know what? You should ask the gods of fucking hair loss about that. I could be the next Tectone. I'm not loud enough. Masturbation, hair loss is a lie. I do it a lot, and my hairline is perfect. Sounds like Uncle Jay is like the the poster child for having good hair. So whenever you have any hair problems, just contact him and follow what he does. All right. Let's get back to this video.
I need to get right. So Smith and Katava's changes are like, and I lost +5 max res here as well, and you get less fire res. So Smith just like is nerfed across the board, basically.
Yes.
It still has 25 elemental shifts though. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This kind of looks like ass to me. Giant Split. Oh, true. Yeah, Giant Split did get nerfed too.
Yep.
I think this is D tier.
Ooh.
I do want this to be D tier. I think this looks like ass.
Ooh.
Like, this looks fucking.
I'm not gonna say
right?
it's not true, but that goddamn hurts.
Trash, I'll be honest.
Oh.
Non-HC. I think HC and SC are pretty much the same game right now. Yeah, but that's why it's dated for August 21st.
It's
the
damn.
only
It's
way to
bad.
survive in
It's
HCSF is a
bad.
life build. That's not true.
It's bad.
First
I
of all,
agree.
everyone can survive. If you have an easy
it's
time, I think
bad.
Blood Mage does fine this patch. Even last patch in HCSF, totally fine.
Weaponsmiths everywhere on death
I played
row.
Jelly in HCSF, felt fine. Warbringer, same deal.
Skill tree's not out yet. There's
Well, I mean,
an
that's kind of
image.
it.
There's an image of
Titan-
like
you can also play
spliced
Titan.
together
I mean,
image.
How many life-based setups are there? I mean, if I'm not dying, I'm not saying like life is good. Like I'm not saying it's, but it's not like Smith Kataba is like giving you anything this patch actually that makes it survive better. All it gives you right now is this is 3% regen now. What is I don't it doesn't give me anything.
Kataba simply sucks this patch. Yeah, it's not good.
It's actually a nothing ascendancy right now.
It's a nothing ascendancy.
It gives 25 like Ellie shift sure, but like I think I had 1 rip to fizz damage, I think in HC. Maybe 2. Yeah, I don't know. Old Smith was insane. Like fucking straight up S tier. Like I fuck with it for sure. Now it's like I don't even know what it does. It just doesn't offer anything.
What do you think about Blood Mage right now? I think I
Is
still think
Transcendence
Blood Mage is like
worthless?
A S tier.
I mean, it's
A or
3
S
calcs,
tier.
so it's kind of bad. Okay, guys, what's next? What's next? The next one. Now we're starting to get to the bad ascendancies, but that are fun. Where does Infernalist lie?
I think Infernalist is A
that
tier.
The change is irrelevant.
Really?
Yeah, Demon form it just depends. Like the thing is, like the old Demon form, the increased spell damage was about as good, honestly, as 3% more. I don't like Demon. I think Demon is worse. I thought
Really?
Demon last patch was really nice because it was like a good early game thing.
No,
I'm putting
I think Demon
Infernalist. What do you guys
is
have it
looking
at right
good.
now?
I think
C-tier?
Demon form is looking
I'm okay with
good.
it in C tier. When I look at the Witch Ascendancies, I think of Blood Mage is better.
A
Witch is
more
better.
damage multiplier on the
Stormbringer is
Demon
better.
form as you're
Inferno
scaling it upwards and the life cost is lower on the high end. I think that's really good. I think that's strong.
Is probably also better. But Infernalist is not.
Am I
worse than
watching
Titan.
my
Well, I
own
guess it could
YouTube
be worse than
video?
Titan. Cause like like hulking form is hulking form.
Sadly, I do not have the brains of this man. Even if I were to try to say yes, nobody would believe you. Nobody would believe me.
Maybe Gemling is D tier.
Problem is ranking is somewhere better
The
than
quality
for
threshold
hardcore.
thing
Oh,
could be
for
really
sure.
good.
Yeah, this is like a softcore trade type of
I guess Infernalist
situation.
Minions is the thing. Oh yeah, Infernalist Minions is not bad. You know what? It's still is it? What are the best minion builds right now in PoE? It's all bows. What is? Because you still have this stuff, but I mean, this gives. I don't know how much pen exists in this.
Many
game
from
right
the
now.
from nothings are
Bringer of
dead.
Flame could be really
Really,
strong on this patch. I don't really know like about Ignite and stuff. This always has pretty good potential. Actually, I don't think this can be C tier. I think that Infernalist is good.
yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like it's better than Crow. I don't know. It's really hard for me to say.
No, it's good.
Because like,
I think it's
this could be
A
a really
tier.
strong node, and
It's at
like,
least B
I don't
tier.
give a fuck about
if
Demon.
anything.
Fire spell. This is nothing, it doesn't need to be fire spells, man. I mean, there's a couple niche cases for this, and like low life, the reservation stuff is not bad necessarily.
I really
Lich is,
think
like, a
Demon form is
solid-
good. I think Demon form is good.
I'm never that comfortable putting this that low, to be honest. Okay. What's next on this? The next one is. So yeah, okay, wait. Where was it? I'm putting Infernalist here. Negligible, yeah. Ignite. I just don't know about the Ignite thing. The fact that they're changing that system into flammability, I think it's really interesting. I don't know what's gonna mean.
Is
I'm
PoE
not a fan
updated
of
from
the Demon
0.3
form. I
yet?
think
No.
increased spell damage is about as good as more spell damage, to be honest, because like the increased spell damage value is so high, and yeah. But it does have the 50 crit multi, and like there's some stuff that only is enabled by Infernalist. So Blood Mage is next. I'll only give 2 options for Blood Mage to make it really simple for everyone. Blood Mage. You can either vote S tier or you can vote A tier for Blood Mage. Here's my thing about Blood Mage.
I still think Blood Mage is S tier.
What is the build for it? So Overflow got nerfed this patch, right? That's like one of the things to note. So that means all the things that relate to Overflow are nerfed. This is not base crit multi. This is just regular crit multi. You get base 15 crit, which is pretty sweet, I guess. Burden is good, but they nerfed Orb of Storms. A lot of spells are not looking great entirely. This side is technically possible to play, but the problem with this side is that you can really only play this in softcore. In softcore, this fucking pairing is insane. Instant Legion stuff, amazing. But Choir also got nerfed this patch. So that also sucks. It'll definitely feel better to play early game. Mana cost down is a massive buff. I don't know if I agree with that. I'm of the opinion that the best Blood Mage build is a life stack Burden of Shadows character.
For the record, I think everyone will have a slightly different stand for what S tier is. For some people, it's endgame. For power, one build. I think for others, is how many builds you can come with it. Yeah, I mean, I guess he never like that. That's why for like if I ever do like whenever I did tier list videos in the past, I always like prefaced what I use for the criteria while he didn't. But for me, like I said, I value how the class does at all levels of funding and different parts of the game as well. I take the class in as an overall as opposed to like just the ceiling end game builds.
Character. Because I like this tree a lot. I think like there's some variations of
is
like
that my brother?
Like, but and like you have the double duration stuff, but
clearly I don't have the good genes if that's the case.
Underrated. I mean, and like it goes up here afterwards, blah blah. You know, like and you know you go ES, CI, all that shit. Actually, yeah. Sorry, you go ES base, you go hybrid. I know it has leech. I get that, but you play burden for the damage. The cost is good. The max life thing is on some builds you feel it. On casters you wouldn't have felt the overflow at all, right?
Also, the other thing is like the fact that they nerfed like crit damage across the board, or like they nerfed crit damage across the board for like the equipment, the root, like the socketables and everything, which I would expect them to nerf crit damage across the board on the tree. The fact that we have Blood Mage, which can scale crit damage even like higher than a lot of other classes, I think is just gonna be very valuable. I think like it's gonna make certain one-shot builds just more possible on Blood Mage versus other classes. So that is another reason for me to put Blood Mage higher on the tier list, because it has a high crit base crit chance, right? And then also has built-in crit damage that I think there's a potential that GGG might over nerf crit damage on the tree. We'll have to see though. Again, if GGG still keeps crit damage for the most part the same on the tree, maybe Blood Mage might not be as good for that aspect.
Because you're always spending everything. Arcane Surge for life. Yeah, let's go look at what the actual changes are. Blood Mage.
They didn't change anything on Rick Blood Hunt. They did. Blood Hunt is way worse.
Is as good as Deadeye right now?
Blood Hunt no longer does actual damage. Blood Hunt now, the damage that does turns into blood loss.
I actually don't have a lot to say.
My ranking also includes what the possible builds look like visually.
Let's just put it here and start talking about it. Blood Mage. Blood Mage. Overflow is global now. I'll keep it like this. This makes sense to me. I think like it's generically powerful. There's nothing that's that bad on Blood Mage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you can actually guarantee instantly each base crit multi if you want it. And there's actually just having the option to take both Progenesis and Crimson Power, I think is cool. Because it's pretty rare that you can actually take both of them. And I mean, I like Crimson Power. It's like Cam's Heart, basically, right? Lich.
I think Lich is
like worst case A, best case what? Lowest S.
He's gonna say lowest S.
Infinite Curse Duration I actually like.
You know, maybe he's right. I think maybe Lich is A tier. I think Lich is A tier.
You guys are all pretty comfortable on the A, yeah. Extremely solid.
Yeah, I think it's a very solid Ascendancy. A tier.
Ascendancy for HC. AC plug and play as caster. Doesn't have infinite curse could be worth, especially with weapon swap being instant. Well, what's next? Okay, now these are the two Sork Ascendancies.
I think it's almost impossible to rank Sork right now because Sork is so reliant on elemental infusions that it's just kind of impossible to really tell how good it is until we actually can see how good elemental infusions are in the game. If elemental infusions are good, then Sork is good. If elemental fusions are bad, then Sork is bad.
Stormweaver. Here's the problem with the number one problem with Stormweaver is that it can only play casters. Okay, Stormweaver. Well, actually, that's not true. Stormweaver can go attack based. +1 limit is meaningless for all intents and purposes, right? There's like nothing here that's really that great. What are you gonna do? If I can run an extra solar orb, the arcane surge thing is pretty cool. You can get more MOM. I do like Force of Will now. I think Force of Will I would consider as a buff, generally speaking.
Heard your chat is talking about T app.
If
you
you're
see the 50 red flags under your name. What the fuck?
Now, basically, right? Now, Cast on Ailment is not going to be good, I'm pretty sure.
Damn.
It
really?
depends on what Cast on Ignite actually means, but yeah.
He actually, I mean, again, I think Cast on Ailment is going to be really strong if you're using a multi-ailment class. If you're able to use a multi-ailment class, I think Cast on Ailment is going to be good. But if you are using a single ailment, then that's going to be a little bit more rough. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the infusion stuff. I think this is like roughly A tier.
Arc seems better. Yeah, Arc seems good. Arc seems good.
Yeah, I think it's just hard to judge what's going on with Stormweaver. It's really like based on contingency right now. We lost the elemental damage Riku, which is a little bit shitty. They really want to double down on that. I think going Tree MOM would be really good. Tree MOM could be fucking solid, but yeah, I also wonder how this thing is for like Lightning Spear, you know, because it's not bad. If you're actually like gonna like rate it, it'd be something like this, feeling wise. Like I think Stormweaver is better than Amazon. I think Stormweaver has like a lot of potential, but it's again we're still shooting in the dark and like it's really easy to be wrong about everything. Chronomancer. I think this is a piece of shit, man. What is this?
I agree.
Inevitable Agony. Curses. Causing a portion of the damage. What is the portion? Like, we don't know how much damage this is, right? Probably less than 100. I think Chronos is fucking bad. I don't know if it's C tier bad, but I think it is. The new skill is fucking weird.
I just think that it's like, so I think Chrono as a class, like the new Chrono thing, right? This right here. Every 10 seconds, gain 50% more cast speed for 5 seconds. Or sorry, this one. Grant 60% cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds. Then scale it up to 60%, and then increase area of effect. It could potentially be pretty good, actually. Like I think like the ability itself isn't terrible, but the problem is it makes the class feel like garbage to play. Because when you're at 60% attack speed, right, you're gonna feel like you're on the moon. You're going to feel like, God damn, I am just absolutely a god. And then when you go back down to 1, you're going to feel like complete garbage. So it's like, I really hate this type of archetype of like scaling from high to low, because of just the overall fact that you feel like trash when it's on the low end.
I don't think it's like bad though. This skill is like, it's pretty strong to be taking things like the consume cooldown, snap free, like it has a lot of utility and like it's kind of weird. Looks boring. Changes are probably mostly meaningless. Yeah, I'll write that down. If the damage, yeah, I don't know what this means, but yeah, if this damage can crit, be scaled by increased damage multipliers, is really long, can apply massive ignite, who knows, you know, it might be insane.
That's right. Like that is the unknown
it's
part. It's time
for the hard part.
That thing could be
I did not want to do
kind of
this
strong.
This was what I was looking forward to the least. Invoker and Chayula. Chayula's gonna be fucked. Invoker, did they change this? Okay, this is not a change, and this is also not a change. Okay, so here's the deal with
Invoker. It's just
right
strong.
Now.
I think Invoker's like A tier.
The reason why this was good, no, Meditate's nerfed. They have the over.
Yeah,
what?
the
Meditate
over.
Nerfed,
So Meditate is nerfed because of the overflow.
Overflow is 1.5. Okay, first thing to do. This is nerfed comparatively because elemental weakness now is tri-element. Invoker was good. We had to do tri-element, but now it's like not as good. On our monk, just don't. But if the Ascendancy doesn't matter.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that because like. In the like he's saying that because elemental weakness is tri-element, that makes Sunder My Enemies worse because Sunder My Enemies is tri-element, right? It was tri-element elemental reduction. But like in reality, how many builds actually went like full tri-element? Like nothing really. There are barely any builds. Like you might have a little, you might splash a little of fire damage here, you might splash a little cold damage here, but like there weren't really that many builds that would take actual tri-elements. So as a result, you're really only taking advantage of one element at all times anyways in the past, in my opinion. So I don't necessarily agree with his take on that, because elemental weakness is tri-element now, that makes this less valuable, because I just think that it's always been the, like, rarely any builds have ever used tri-elements in the past. Will you use Heralds with Hall of Palm? Yes, you will.
Better. Remember, you don't need to play fucking unarmed monk. You can play unarmed anything. You could play unarmed Deadeye. This is irrelevant. It has never been good. Always dog shit. This is like not good either. Triggers seems to be even worse this patch with COI.
I mean, again, I disagree with the COI stuff. I think the cast of COA, I think a cast on ailments is, if you're using a multi ailment, it's gonna be good. And I actually used that node for my last build. So
these two nodes are both trash. Unbound is bad. Meditate is nerfed. Is Lead good right now? Lead got nerfed as well, man. I don't know, man. I think Invoker is bad right now.
No.
Invoker is nice.
No
like,
way.
I think it's like
no way.
Yeah, deflection exists too. I think Invoker sucks. For like people look at this and go like, oh, Eye of Winter sometimes, but actually Eye of Winter is like not good for this. And then Unbound is. I think this, when I look at the Ascendancy, I think it's dog shit. Honestly, I think this is like, I think Invoker's here.
Hey, no way.
This might be a hot take.
Hey, that is a very hot take. That is a very hot take. That's a very hot take. There's no way. I think Invoker is A tier. Invoker is A tier for sure. There's no way.
I actually think Invoker is worse than everything. What is good about Invoker?
Worse than like, everything? There is no way.
It doesn't give you anything. Why is Lich good for hardcore? You have damage reduction from this shit. Sorry, this shit. Rage bait or no. What does Invoker give you right now? I'm not like rage baiting. I'm like just asking, like, what does it actually give you? Just spirit, pretty much, right? Because this does nothing.
Again, just off of the spirit and then off of the elemental reduction to like 0%, like ignore elements, I think that Invoker is already really strong. I think just off of those two makes Invoker very valuable and very strong.
Basically. I mean, I
not
guess
Deadeye equals
shit. Same as Amazon, I guess. Sunder is functionally useless. This patch. Meditate got nerfed, which sucks. I guess Meditate is good.
There's no way he's saying that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it can't be that low. It's probably like C tier. Okay, Sunder is good when you're playing. Sunder was comparatively really good, right? Because in the past, let's say you're playing a staff build, okay, and your staff build is using one of the fucking mega crit core staffs, and then you get some flat on rings, flat on gloves, flat on chest, or flat on weapon, right? All this flat. So you want to have tri-elemental. But now we don't have frostbite anymore, or fucking hypothermia, I don't forget what it's called. And like conductivity and flat build. We have elemental weakness. It's not bad. Meditate is still relatively strong. Because it is max pool. You know what?
Again, I don't think that the flats ever made up for like that much of your percent overall pie of damage for one, right? Especially because for the most part, your abilities were elemental. Like, you were using an elemental ability a lot of times. Like Ice Strike is ice, Gathering Storms is thunder, lightning, whatever, right? So for the most part, like Storm Wave is thunder, lightning. Like for the most part, you are going an elemental ability. So, and then it's like Herald of Lightning, right? Or Herald of Thunder. Last league you converted it to cold. This league you might not convert it to cold, might still be lightning. Like you're usually picking a main element for your stuff. So like, yes, like you do go tri-element, but you're not really focusing on tri-element. You're only focusing on one element. And also, again, it's not like people are really using elemental weakness for most part. Maybe if you're going bossing, right? But then again, your elemental weakness will, for the most part, never go below 0 on like a T4 pinnacle boss, unless you're like stacking like crazy pen and crazy just like curse reduction magnitude. Now, having said that though, I actually do think that now that I think about it, it is gonna be a little bit weaker, especially like because specifically, not because of what he's saying about the elemental ailment weakness or whatever, elemental weakness, but because of Rockiata's flow. Because of Rockiata's flow. If Rockiata's flow is as crazy as we all think it is, you actually would never take this Ascendancy node. You would never take Sunder My Enemies, because that means that critical hits now ignore negative elemental resistances, which means that if you're using Rockiata's flow, you're not getting that negative 75 anymore. So because of that, I think that maybe on the high end, like the top end of things, because there's no way this is not going to be like expensive as hell. There's no way this is going to be like, common, right? This is going to be like a chase of the chase unique gem. This might be like the most expensive unique gem in the game. I can see that happening. Because of Rockiata's flow, right? On the very, very, very high end, it could be very it could be bad. It's gonna be 10 mirrors. You only use lineage, one lineage gem. Yeah, you can only use one lineage gem. It's because it's a unique item. So unique items you can use only one of. Oh, actually, never mind. But yeah, you can only use one. You can only use one. Where is the streamers get the negative 75 from? What do you mean? If you're inverting elemental resistance values, if you're at positive 75, you're going to negative 75. You can't reach 75 normally? Yeah, but you can with Rockiatas. That's why I'm saying that if you're using Rockiatas, you are essentially, you cannot use this node. Makes more sense that 75 goes to 25. Why would 75 go to 25? I'm not entirely sure about that one. How does resistance invert work again? Again, yeah, I'm pretty sure it goes from 75 to, it just inverts it. It goes from positive to negative. Whatever the number it was positive, it reverts it to negative. And apparently, according to Uncle Jay, this is a known thing because it's in PoE 1 as well. Rockiata's dance inverts resistances, meaning it flips. So, yeah. Apparently, this is also a well-known thing in PoE 1. So,
I'm happy to put it here. I'm Invoker. Okay.
Okay, I'm glad he brought it back up to B. And now that I'm thinking about again with the existence of Rockiatas, I do think that there's a better reason for it to be in B. Again, I think overall, right? Overall, it's an A tier class. But if we put Rockiatas into perspective, this actually just becomes a useless node that you're not going to take. And if that's the case, you don't really have that much left that you would want to take. So at the uber high end, I actually agree that Invoker is not that good. Collected and nuanced. Thank you.
By far the hardest one.
Link to patch notes? Yeah.
I'm just gonna pull up. Oops. I'm just gonna pull. I have no fucking idea about Chunk. What got buffed about this? Number 1, you can have infinite damage. Chaos damage contributes to ignite chance, freeze build, or shock chance, changing every 2 seconds. I think Into the Breach looks like the buffs to this look like okay, like 50% increased effect here, and it gets this. But it did get nerfed because now you don't have free auras on it. They fixed the bug. So as a kid, I mean, this honestly looks like ass to me. Here's my thoughts about Chayula.
Is he gonna put a D?
I'll put it like here.
C D. Oh.
Reality rending nerf really hurts some poison builds. The darkness buff is not nothing.
Oh, I think it's pretty
XCD
nothing.
Darkness.
I think it's pretty nothing.
Into the Breach probably buffs on average for damage, but needs to play a build, a skill, a build that can move liberally. That's it.
Yeah. D tier. So again, I think that here's my take on this, right? And I've said this before. Chayula is a mid tier. I would say Chayula is probably B tier, C tier, or B tier. Not C tier, sorry. B tier, or like top end of B tier. The reason why I think Chayula is top end of B tier is that Chayula is going to be the king of one shots. With the volatility stuff, being able to go to 200% extra damage as chaos means that you are going to be having a huge buff of damage for 10 seconds. And in that 10 seconds, you know, we all know it takes less than 10 seconds to kill most bosses. And like you could, like for a lot of these one-shot builds, it takes less than 10 seconds to one-shot a boss. It just goes boop, dead. So with that, the ceiling for like the amount of damage you do at the end game for these bosses is super high. Now, volatility as a kind of concept from the node, right? I'd say it ends up being like you're probably going to run around with 10 to 20% volatility for the most part. So 10 to 20% extra damage to chaos while you're mapping, which isn't bad. It's not a bad thing. That's basically what is it like the how much do the palms give? How much do the palms give? Palm, guiding palm, right? 25. So you're basically running around with kind of like a palm, shrine scepter, a guiding palm of the heart, or guiding palm, a dreamer palm, or whatever, right? Kind of all the time, which I think is pretty decent. They should uncap volatility to have infinite again. That would be crazy. I don't think they can do that, especially with the fact that Chayula Monk can just, you know, not even have to do like the weird jank divine aura stuff. The fact that he doesn't have to do that, ooh, going up to infinite, you could potentially just one-shot a boss with an auto attack. So I think that Chayula Monk, for that reason of this node itself, is gonna be B tier. This right there. Let me pull up the image actually. Let me pull up the edited image. This one with the new stuff, right? So this one right here, very strong. This one, unfortunately, with the fact that they got rid of like the previous ES and mana leech, I do think it is a hit towards the class, but it's still good. It's still good. And it's one of the few classes that actually has built-in ability to leech leech energy shield, because, well, not leech energy, but be able built-in ability to leech anything off of just like, you know, another damage source other than physical. Because you can, well, if you're scaling chaos, right, with like this one right here, and you're using your Chayula, the Into the Breach, you're walking around with a good bit of chaos damage all the time. But also, if you use an Original Sin, it'll convert everything to chaos damage. So then you can start using elementals to start leeching mana and life, which you could use an Essentia Sanguis to start leeching energy shield. And again, if you're playing a melee class that's mostly energy shield, I think that this patch, we really will need a source of leech to sustain them. So for that reason, I do think that Chayula has a place. Again, it's not top tier. I think it's B tier at the best, but it's still not terrible. Having said that, though, there are a lot of useless nodes. Darkness, I think, is useless. So both these are bad. I think the Illusory Void Illusion, like, I talked about this on the video, but the only build that you're ever going to want to be rolling around for damage is Caltrops, which got nerfed. So this is not going to be a source of damage. It'll be maybe a source of secondary damage, but like, it's really not going to be used for the most part. So you're never going to use this on a non-Caltrops build. So that's not very, very good. Chayula's Gift, I'd say, is good for hardcore, but softcore, you don't really care about this, to be honest. So that's pretty useless as well. So pretty much you're always guaranteed to go up this path, right? Go to this Sap Nightmares and go down this path, which limits builds by quite a bit. Calcop's Judd is no one uses, I guess. Yeah. Let's catch you live. I want to say use a poison build. What do you think about Pathfinder? Everyone's talking about Deadeye, but poison build Pathfinder viable. It's fine. I think it's just poison builds are just not very good in general. What are the best League starter class for 0.3? I personally think, and it's hard to say until we get like everything, right? The trees and everything. But I can say for certain that Essence Drain Contagion Lich will be a very, very good League starting class and ability and archetype. So I will say with confidence, ED Contagion Lich, very, very good starter. One of the best. The other thing, again, Warrior, I think, is still a pretty good League starter, even with the nerfs. But we'll have to really see. Because the thing is, like, I think Warrior is always going to be a solid, just like low funding class where you can take it, go to the end game with it without much trouble. But scaling beyond like the early mid end game is going to be where it gets difficult in terms of like speed and everything. Enemy's League Starting Sork. Sork is just a wild card. So I think it's like, it's a risk to League Start Sork. Do we have the official skill tree in POB yet? No. Deadeye's very good. Deadeye's very good, but I would not say it's like, the thing is, if you play Deadeye, right, as a League starter, what you're saying is either A, I'm going Spears, or B, I'm banking on myself to farm up a good bit of currency to make the class good. Because Deadeye doesn't innately give you really much damage, which is kind of tough for League Start, because League Start, you are very strapped for resources a lot of time. And Deadeye is not a class that really makes your build that strong, unless you're using something that takes advantage of Thrilling Chase, which a lot of builds can't really do right now. Lightning Spear can, but it doesn't help it with damage anymore. So I think that is going to still be tough on them. I'd say Deadeye is very, very good as a League starter if you're planning to go Spiral Volley. Spiral Volley Deadeye is a very solid League starter. that will take advantage of Thrilling Chase very, very well. You basically need almost zero equipment for map clear with Thrilling Chase. Don't start Deadeye. Sell overpriced bows to Deadeye players instead. Tango Gun got gutted. Yes, Tango Gun got gutted. Still in love with Black Flames. To be honest, it'll look cool as fuck. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's what I think are going to be the best, for sure, best league starters, right? This one here, and I still think Warrior Titan is going to be pretty good. I think if you're going totems, there's a chance that Warbringer is pretty dang pog too. Poison, Arc, Chonk, try to get Original Sin, and Palm of the Dreamer later. Dude, Palm of the Dreamer. Oh my god. I, at the end of last league, was still unable to get a Palm of the Dreamer, unfortunately. I think I chanced like a couple hundred divs worth of palms, and I still did not get it. It sucked. I don't care. I'm going Chayula Fist. I want to trigger spells with Black Flame Season. Why? Because it's cool? Exactly. And that's all that matters. As long as you are having fun, that is all that matters. Lich is not recommended league start. I've seen a lot. Like last league, Lich was doing so well at league start. Like all the ED Contagion Liches, like you remember when everybody was complaining about the game being super hard at the beginning of last league? All the ED Contagions Liches were like, what are you guys talking about? Going Tactician banner will say hi from the bottom. Having fun being Mecha Hitler is okay as long as you're having fun. The Jewel double stats is low-key goated. Yeah, it is. It's good, but as a league start, it's also pretty difficult to get a good Jewel, right? So that's another thing that you gotta figure out. Is there a unique to boost Reaping Staff to show that all mobs are low health? Could be nice for Leech and bonuses. I don't think so. But the Reaping Staff definitely looks really interesting. I don't know how it's gonna scale, right? I don't know how Reap is gonna scale into the end game. We just don't have the numbers yet. But I really hope that they start to take, like, they're starting to take the weapon skills more seriously, right? Because what is it, right? They have this right here that says the following skills are found as inherent skills, wands, and staves. Now deal approximately 12% more damage from skill level 11 onwards, right? So it looks like they're starting to like potentially take these weapon skills a little bit more seriously. So there's a chance that they might make the numbers for Reap actually good. So that could be a lot of fun to do. And I really hope it becomes like interesting because Reap just like, I don't know, a Scythe character in Path of Exile? That's just cool. That's just sick. Now, having said that, there's really not that many sources of support last season for physical spells, right? But I think that we might be getting more physical spell support going forward. For example, like I think there's like some lifesteal nodes up here, right? That's gonna happen. So in that case, you might be able to take some of this for like life stealing for physical And yeah, I hope there's just gonna be more support for physical spells across the board. That way we can make that work. Is Orb of Storm still alive? Yes, but it's gonna be used for different purposes. It's mostly used for infusions. The numbers for PoE to DB and Reap are pretty accurate. 12% base tooltip on the trailer. You can see the damage numbers there. Is there a Reap on PoE 2DB already? Let's see, right? Interesting. It's barrageable. Huh. I wonder what it's gonna do with seals. That sounds very interesting. 346 fizz damage. Trying to see, right? They fixed the barrage roll tag and bug fixes. Doesn't mean we could barrage it. No, so spells you can't barrage. You have to use Unleash for the seals. The Unleash support gem. Will Flame Blast use Flame Infusion? Flame Blast. Flame Blast. Not sure. I don't think so. Because they haven't said anything about it here. Because they added like the infusion stuff for the other ones, but they didn't have a Flame Blast. Is there anything that I could compare this to for like the damage? Like for example, maybe like oh, they have Soul Rend? Oh wait, that's been here. That's been here. See like what Fireball is, what Comet is. And I want to see what Arc is. $320 for Fireball. This goes up to 340. This goes up to 1,000, so clearly not comparable. 462. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is gonna scale. I don't think this is gonna scale enough. What's my backup plan? What's my retirement plan? What the fuck? My retirement plan is just to die before retirement. That's my retirement plan. Look like you can make it bleed? You can. But like the other concern that I have with it is just like AoE, because you can't, because like it's a melee attack, right? And you can't use heralds with it. So that basically means that you're never gonna clear. It's like even if the damage were good enough, you're never gonna be able to use it as a map clear. Like maybe you could use it for single target, but like map clearing wise, it's just never gonna be there. I've been trying to get it back in the game, but the lag spikes are just getting it so bad. Are you in like EU servers? says spell could be large AoE. I don't know. It's because it's a melee skill. I feel like scaling the AoE is just very hard. And they've also lowered the amount of AoE that you can get. Because, like, for example, magnified effect is now going to be, instead of more, this has like more area effect, right? But in the updated version, it is going to be increased. At least according to the Chinese leaks, I think. I don't think we've gotten one for non-Chinese leak. But if that is the case, then scaling AoE is going to be way harder than it was last league. And we've been seeing that across the board too. They even said like on the tree, it's going to have like 25% less AoE scaling. So it could be pretty tough. I'm not going to lie. New challenge scale to Reap to tier 16. I think damage-wise, like, you can do it, right? But it's just more about clear. I'm just concerned about whether or not you're going to go clear with it. It's like basically like, if you think about it, it's kind of like using Rake to clear. But like worse. Reap is basically just worse Rake for clear. That's all it is. I mean, in general, it kind of is just worse Rake. If we really take it down to like the brass tacks, unless like if critical weakness is fine, right? It's good. But like other than that, it's basically just worse Rake. Spell Rake. And nobody really used Rake for clear last league. At the beginning of the league, sure, people were using Rake to clear. But by the end of it, nobody used Rake to clear. Exsanguinate? The one downside, doesn't recon with the staff. Staff is good. Yep. Yep. Indeed. I wonder, though. I wonder if you're going to be able to use Reap with Demon Form. I wonder if that's possible. Because you technically have a staff equipped. You can have a staff equipped, and you'll be able to use the staff in Demon Form in terms of its stats. But I wonder if you'll use the skill from the staff. Rituals Bleeds use Rake, yeah, but not for clear. It's not very good for clear. For single target, a Rake is good. But for clear, it's not very good. Like, and even use a Rake for clear, it's like very bad clear. Six-link Reeking staff is gonna be nasty. And like, if you're wanting to like get a level 20 Reap staff too, it's just like, oh, please end me now. But yeah, it is TBD. We'll see how good it is. It might just end up being pretty. I mean, I think more than likely it's probably going to end up being like not amazing. Message successfully highlighted. Can you get an opinion on Spiro Solaris? I remember you talked about it in 0.1. Yeah, I mean, it's again, it's a little bit hard, but like, it's definitely better. Spiro Solaris is definitely better, right? So the fact that the Spiro Solaris now with Glory has changed to work like Valor from last league. Like, Glory is no longer based off of heavy stuns anymore, which is nice. The fact that you have that, it already increases the usability of Spiro Solaris by a lot. The other thing is that it deals more like but yeah, I mean, other than that, that's kind of like the only thing. I still don't think it's good. It's still bad. Because you just need the boss to stand still, right? Now, if you can get this boss to stand still, it could do some pretty big damage, right? Ignite radius now gains 100% radius of the ground sphere's lifetime. And speed is 30, so you get bigger radius, I think, right? Whatever this means. I'm assuming this means we just get a bigger radius, which is good. But you're still gonna kind of want to have the boss kind of stand still. So it is, I think, usable or more usable, but I still don't think it's very good. Does he after have heavy stunning the boss? Yeah, but Spear doesn't really have a really good ability to heavy stun is the problem. Now, unless you're going like Rake Blood, like the Rake, the Bloodhound's Mark and stuff like that, and using a bleed build, then maybe you can, but other than that, it's pretty hard heavy stun. Bone Shrapnel support can help with clear. Deals physical damage based off the maximum life of the pinned target. Support skills cannot cost pin. Support skills trigger bone style on pinned enemies. Yeah, but like you would ideally want, like, I don't know. Pinning enemies and then using Reap to kill them just sounds a little clunky. Sounds a little bit clunky. I played ED Contagion Lich and it's 0.2 easily clears content. Oh yeah, it's very good. It's very good. ED Contagion is going to be very good. So I'm here. I got to take advantage of instant swaps coming up. Instant swaps are going to be very good. It is true. Potentially, you just go and do some big stun build on like a two-handed mace, then swap over to the spear for Spear of Solaris. Cock Bone Cage is being by default. Oh, that is true. That is true. I guess you could like do some Reap Cock build. But yeah, it's still very wishful thinking to say that potentially Reap could potentially be good. But I hope it's not bad. I'll try. We could, you know, I don't know who's gonna take on the challenge of making a good Reap build, but you know, maybe at some point I'll try. Reap Cock build. A dual wield Mjolnir club build for me? Oh, I'm sure there will be. Mjolnir did not get nerfed at all. So I think, yeah, I think, in fact, I think, did Mjolnir get stronger? I don't, actually, no, I don't think I got buffed here. I think Mjolnir got buffed at the end of last league. That's right. That's what I'm thinking of. But I don't think Mjolnir got nerfed at all. And Mjolnir builds at least double Mjolnir. You never went Giant's Blood anyways. So, right? Because Mjolnir is a one-handed mace, I think, right? Where the heck is it? There it is. Yeah, it's a one-handed mace. So, well, Mjolnir builds are still on the board. Imagine the Reap unique. Will I play around with Cox? I mean, that's pretty much guaranteed. That's like an everyday occurrence for me, whether I play Poe or not. I think like there is potential for like vaulting impact and stuff next league. So your cock or other people's cock? Let's just say both. Let's just say both. By cock, we're talking about cast on crit, by the way. Cast on crit, obviously. If you guys are thinking about anything else, then I don't know where you guys are at. You guys should really rethink your life at that point. Again, I really hope that like volcanic fissure, ancestral cry stuff is gonna be really good. I don't think it will be, but it looks fun as hell. It looks really fun. I hope it's good. I don't know if it will be or not. Which Ascendancy will you use for fissures? I haven't thought about that far yet, but I would assume that I'm probably going Titan. Titan would probably be the one I'd go. I hope Maze's is dirt cheap. The Spiral Fire thing is too cool. So I heard from somebody who went to Gamescom. They said the mace throw is actually pretty pog. So we'll see. Deadeye of Zelm. Is it any skill which can cause the after fissures? Well, if you're using what is it called? The ancestral cry or abyssal cry or whatever, right? This will make it so that your footsteps will trigger the fissures. Which is pretty dang cool. But in general, normally using a slam that will cause that on a fissure will cause an aftershock. So you normally just have to use a slam skill to cause the fissures to do an aftershock. They released more patches overnight. Just tune in. This is the one from yesterday. Hammer Ancestral Try seems designed to kill bosses. I hope that invocations to trigger skills will work differently on corpses with Spell Echo for Fane Ritual. I get 2 to 4 power charges for 2 seconds. Oh, there was also something that I was thinking about at some point. I don't know if this will work, but they have a new node let's go Path of Exile again. They have a brand new node. Let me see if I can find it. That will be making it so your invocations get triggered twice. Right? Passively, invocations will get triggered, and they'll get triggered twice, if I remember correctly. Let me see if it's here. They might have gone over it earlier. I don't remember where it is, but they have a new passive skill that makes invocations trigger. Actually, no, that's not what I was thinking about. Sorry. So I was thinking about some potential build where we go cast on Ignite, right? Cast on ailments and use the new what is it called? The new Incinerate. Because Incinerate now, how it works is you need to spend mana to get fuel to use it. So I wonder if there's a way to make it so that Incinerate does like cast on X and constantly spends mana, right? While you're incinerating. That way you can keep fueling your Incinerate fuel. And have like make Incinerate work again. That's something I was thinking about, but like at the same time, is it really worth it? I don't think Incinerate's gonna be that good. Maybe for a single target, but as a wave clear, I don't know. Like again, the Pathfinder Incinerate stuff was interesting and fun last league, so maybe that could work again. But we'd have to like again get maybe like a cast on X build going on to make it so that you're constantly spending mana while you're incinerating to get fuel back. Purple Incinerate. Ah, man, it's gonna look so cool. Can I look at this in POB? Whoa, what am I supposed to be looking at? What is this? Incinerate's channeling skill? Yeah, it's a channeling skill. Minions hits will always land. Yes. That is really strong. Patch where I feel like they're really trying to balance stuff. Oh yeah, and that was like the goal. This was the balance. This was the patch where they really said, like, this is the patch to fix everything. It's the patch to fix all the problems. That's what it was for. And that's why we didn't get a new class. And to be honest, again, I think like nobody who's playing Path of Exile actively or has been playing Path of Exile actively is sad about the missing new class, which is crazy. I think I'll try Tactician now. Balance itself is a different thing. The thing was no game is fully balanced, so they're trying at least. Yeah, I mean, it's just like something DM has said before. That it's impossible to balance a game fully. There you can never achieve perfect balance. So there's not a problem with having some skills being more OP than others. It's about the gap between the OP skills and the non-OP skills, right? The gap between the triple S tier skills and the double S tier or the S tier skills. That's the big thing. And also the other big thing is that you don't have 2 seasons in a row where the OP skills are the same exact thing. So you don't want to have 2 seasons of Lightning Spear. That's definitely not what you want. So as long as they make it so that those 2 things are, you know, good, you don't have those 2 things, that's all that matters. Oh, I don't know what is going on over on YouTube. Guys, people need to just behave over there. I'm gonna I don't know who is the main guy arguing over there, but I'm just gonna put some people on timeout. You guys go sit in a corner. Go sit in a corner. Just sit in the corner for a little bit. Chill out. Relax. When we'll be able to see the full passage tree, probably on release. Let's watch this talkative try video. Let's watch this talkative try video. Not even following Rabbit on YouTube? I am subbed to him.
Oh, I
See, look, subscribed.
Life without even realizing it. The last time you change your daughter's diaper, the last time you lift her up and carry her to bed or sing her to sleep. Well, in Path of Exile 2, I made my last trade without even knowing it was going to be my last trade.
Please skip talkative try video. That's not what this
oh my goodness,
the veto video is
Games
for.
Refuses to stop adding in more features to this Path of Exile 2 update. 0.3, the third edict, is shaping up to be an absolutely extraordinary patch, and GGG are working until the final second to launch to get good stuff into the game. Which means, of course, I sent Jonathan a message saying, the Druid's coming too, right? And if you know not what I reference, I'm talking about the fact that they managed to get asynchronous trading in the game, but also port the entire website interface into Path of Exile 2 as well. Now,
async trade is like the website is
trade
huge.
For items. Everything is in game. There are a few minor filters missing, but a bunch of stuff is there. You can make your search options exact, and I know I will never use the trade website again. It's all in game. Single monitor Path of Exile 2. No need for external programs. I can just game without worrying about alt-tabbing out. It's such a huge quality of.
I wonder if they're going to be able to do live search, right? In Path of Exile, like in this online, in-game online interface, and how that's going to look like. Is it going to just, like, when it's available, instantly ping you, and, like, you can, like, click on a button, like, boom, go to the hideout, right? Or, like, how's that going to look? I hope it's going to be smooth and good.
Life, not only for me, but for
thank you for the daily bit. I appreciate it, man.
This was their biggest gripe with the game. I'm totally not talking about you, Dad or Chris.
What's new league?
Super quickly,
Friday,
make sure to like,
29.
comment, and subscribe. It is the best thing you can do to help this channel grow. Thank you for your support. Every single person I've talked to who was introduced to Path of Exile with Path of
searches
Exile
the parties as almost
hated the way the trade website worked, hated the way trade works, and in this update, Grinding Gear Games has pitched their solution to the player base. Now we need to see how it plays out. We need to use it thoroughly, and we need to provide any and all feedback to them to make sure this is the best possible system that can go forward in PoE 2. I swear, if they keep coming up with updates like this, Path of Exile 2 is going to be the greatest RPG by the time it hits its 1.0.
Price fix will still be the same. Some will still be in the stashes. That is actually pretty true. I did not even think about that. Like, with the way that our trade site works, right? Basically, what's going to happen is you're going to have these, like, items here, and the lowest prices are here, right? But then, like, not all of the listings are going to be, like, instant buyouts. So you're going to still have some people who are listing things for, like, 1 exalt or 10 exalts or whatever for an item that's worth a divine. And they're just going to sit here. Now, the smart person would probably look at that and be like, huh, that's weird. The only cheap ones are the ones that are not for instant buyout. And by then, they're going to be like, oh, this guy's clearly trying to price fix, right? So there is that, like, layer of, like, filtering that you can do that most people with an, you know, a tiny speck of a brain cell can probably figure out. But as we all know, in this world, not everybody has that little tiny speck of a brain cell. Yours truly, as you know, is very much proof of that. So there are going to be some people who are still going to be tricked by price fixers, but it's going to be way better. You're just going to way better. You just ignore that seller, true, but it depends on how many of them are there going to be, right? There's going to be how many of them are going to be, and not everybody knows that. Not everybody knows to do it. Show only listed by Agni. Again, it's an extra layer, right? That's why it's still going to exist, but just on a much smaller scale. It still exists, but on a much smaller scale. If you have a brain cell, you're going to be able to make it through. But if you don't, then you might get caught and put something up for sale for, like, way too cheap. Then you're going to have 40,000 bots streaming into your hideout at once. The video show one button to teleport your hideout. Yeah, that's if they're using Agni. If they're using the old trade system, which you still can, it won't have that option.
Launch in, well, I think December 2026. That's not cope, that's the truth. In addition to dropping that absolute massive nuke of an update and announcement, they also answered some questions about asynchronous trade and how it will operate in PoE 2 on launch day. As always, links to the sources will be...
Oh, I never looked at this FAQ, actually. I never looked at the FAQ. I mean, it's probably pretty, like, you know, pretty obvious stuff, but I actually never looked at the FAQ. Okay, let's read this. When will I be able to convert my existing stash tab? That's like on the day of, right? Friday launch. When would merchant tabs be available in the store? Probably on launch, right? Yeah. How much does a merchant's tab cost to buy? 40 points. And a bundle will be available for 200. How much is that in relationship to a premium stash tab right now? I'll just migrate 4 quad tabs and call it a day. Sadly, you cannot do quad tabs. Only premium stash tabs. No quad tabs. It is confirmed no quad tabs. So premium stash tabs are 40. Okay, so they're the same price as every other tab. Okay, that's good. I mean, this is obvious. It will not be available instantly. They're probably going to bring it down later. What happens to my premium stash tabs in Exile 1 if I convert them to merchants? Once upgraded, it'll no longer be accessible. Yep, that's pretty obvious. Will a free merchant tab be provided to players? No. However, the existing methods of trading will still be available. But I mean, those existing methods still require a premium stash tab anyways. So, yeah, I mean, that was pretty obvious to me. It would have been nice if they gave you a free one, honestly. It would have been really nice, but they got to make money. Who pays the gold cost when buying or selling? The buyer pays the gold cost. Makes sense. How do I collect my earnings when the item's sold? You have a separate tab. If multiple players try to buy the same item at the same time, who will get it? The first player to complete the trade, obviously. Can premium quad stash tabs be converted after to merchant's tab? No. Can you set a buyout price for the whole merchant tab like you can with the premium stash tab? No, you have to individually price everything. I mean, yeah, sure. That helps out a lot. But that's an extra button press. I wonder why they didn't have this feature. I really wonder why they didn't have this feature. Is it possible to essentially buy gold? No. Can you buy or sell currency? No. A merchant's tab will only be used to buy and sell items. That makes sense. They have the currency exchange. Can I change the price of an item or remove it after putting it in there? Yes, but there's a cooldown on removing or changing the price to prevent abuse. There's a short grace period after initially adding the item. We list in a trade index, and you are able to change your mind and delist the item during this time. Interesting. So if you accidentally put something for the wrong price, you gotta wait to put it back in. Interesting. What did I miss? You missed everything, Jordan. I mean, we were just talking random stuff today. Oh, the CD's like 5 minutes. If I convert premium stash tab to merchant tab, will they be able to use the premium stash tab and sell self-found? No. The question is, I mean, I know the answer, actually. You won't be able to convert them back. I was ready to say the question is can you convert it back to the other direction? And the answer is probably no. Almost definitely no. Rehab, I think what he's saying, Original is saying that if you're buying maps from players via the merchant tabs, right, this system, you have to spend gold to buy the maps because there's a transaction fee of gold to buy items. You can still, I think, like, if you want, like, so basically because of that, you're pretty much, unless the price differential of selling the item and buying it is very different, then, you know, you can maybe make gold. But I'm assuming, like, now that I think about it, maybe the gold cost of an item when you buy it, the transaction cost, is the amount of money it would cost for you to sell the item to the NPC. That would make sense, right? Maybe they would add a functionality to evaluate your items according to the market, like X Travel Exchange app. I mean, that would be nice if you could just click like, hey, this put these stats into the trade website, but I don't think they're gonna have that, at least not off the rip. They already said the fee is higher than NPC. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, so it is based off the NPC cost then. So that's good. They've already thought about that as like a way to like, you know, farm gold basically. Do you think Ice Shot Deadeye is good at plan for the new season? It seems to be pretty good, yeah. But yeah, I mean, you are mostly notables, but at least like off the rip, it seems fine. I don't think notables the nodes, the missing nodes are gonna make it any worse, right? But here's the thing, right? If and this is something that everybody needs to kind of like get their I think a lot of people need to understand is that if an ability, like if a build looks good right now, for the most part, it's likely not going to get worse with the new nodes. It only is going to get better. Unless they're majorly nerfing some of the current nodes, which I don't think they're going to do unless it's for like crit damage maybe. So it's like, for the most part, if a build looks good right now, it's probably still going to be good in 0.3. But the thing that you don't know, right, is how good they are relative to each other. You can tell if a build is going to be good right now, like for the most part, but like how good is it compared to the top tier build? What tier is it going to be, right? That you can't tell. Falcon Dive is getting 100% nerfed. I think there's probably some nodes that you're like pretty obvious so that's going to get nerfed, right? I think, yeah, Falcon Dive is likely going to get nerfed. I think also maybe Falcon Technique might still get nerfed again. But again, I think if for the most part, especially with like them adding more nodes as well, if anything, the build that you're going for, if it looks good right now, it'll either stay the same or get better. Even if they put in a couple nerfs in there, like there's probably enough nodes and the new nodes to make it decent. I assume I can convert only part of my premium stash tab to merchant tab. Wasn't obvious in the video. You don't have to convert all your premium stash tabs to merchant tabs. You choose like which ones you want to convert and how many. I want to build Thorns, which usually never buffs the mechanics. So sad. I don't know. Our boy Kaltorak, the Thorns master, is feeling positive about Thorns. Our boy Kaltorak is feeling positive about Thorns. So we'll see. All right, we'll see. Will the trade site still be useful in some cases? At the moment, I don't think the in-game trade has full functionality. There's still some stuff missing, so you'll probably still want to go to trade site for some things. They have some new support gems for Thorns too. Is that Blood Mage and D? For Thorns, yeah. So this is a this is a Thorns tier list, by the way, guys. Just to preface for anybody who's looking at this title and is like and the picture and sees Deadeye in F tier and like Blood Mage and D tier, this is a Thorns tier list. It's not a just general tier list. Thorns is the only build that holds mana block? Oh, no. No, Thorns is very offensive in PoE 2. Thorns is very offensive. You're actually pretty much never holding block when you're playing Thorns in PoE 2. Like here's just like a random video of like Thorns, right? This is a Thorns build. This is a Thorns build. So if you think Thorns is passive in PoE 2, it's not passive. Is there a garlic build in PoE 2 like killing an aura? I mean, not necessarily directly, right? Because in Path of Exile 2, Righteous Fire would be Righteous Fire would be the closest thing to what you're talking about, right? But it doesn't exist in Path of Exile 2 for one. And I think they're pretty against that type of play style in general. But at the same time, there is something like this, right? Whirling Slash that does kind of like somewhat feel like a garlic build. Let me see if I can find a video of it, right? So this whole whirl, like circle, is damage. It's like a damage over time aura. And you basically move it around while attacking. So like there is this, and I'm pretty sure this will still exist next season. I originally thought that it wouldn't, but I didn't realize you could actually bring back the burning ground with infusions. Too much effort to call it Righteous Fire. It's not Righteous Fire. It's not Righteous Fire. This is a 1-button build, whereas Righteous Fire is a 0-button build. This would never replace Righteous Fire. But this is the closest thing that you can get to it at the moment in Path of Exile. Lineage supports are going to be crazy? Yeah. Trying to make a couple of 0-button builds, all of them get nerfed and removed, either directly or as patch. Yeah, the one 0-button nerf build that is actually going to stay, we actually do have a 0-button build. And it is, again, by Mr. Kaltorak. This is a 0-button build. Actually, it's not this one. Which one's the one that I was looking at? Which one's the one that I'm looking for? I mean, that is a 0-button build, but it's not the one I'm thinking about. This one. This one. This is a 0-button build. You go around and you let Wind Dancer do the damage for you. Wind Dancer does damage, so the enemy hits you. Wind Dancer procs, and then the Arbor Explosion and Herald of Plague and Poisons just do the damage. When will we get this? Oh, you can do this right now. The Wind Dancer one isn't it? It's not the same, right? It's not Righteous Fire. It's not, you know, whatever, right? It's not Righteous Fire by any means. But if you're talking about, is it a 0-button build? It is a 0-button build. But it's definitely not Righteous Fire. It's not a garlic build or whatever, right? By any means. But it is a 0-button build that you could literally walk around and the mobs hit you and the entire screen dies. I don't know how it survived. Massive W forgot to remove the chain reaction. I think it's because that, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this popped off. Like, if you looked at everybody who was like doing build guides and stuff like that, for the most part, on like YouTube and whatever, nobody really made use of this interaction. Cal was like one of the few creators who made use of this interaction. So as a result, I don't know if it ever really got on GGG's radar of like a build that needs like an interaction that needs nerfing. So like in 0.3, you will be able to do this. Yo, what's up, Cal? How are you doing? It is you. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. How are you awake? I mean, I guess it's like 6 o'clock for you, right? Do you rise this early? Are you an early riser? We have garlic at point 3. It's ravenous swarm. Damn, you are an early riser. Holy crap. Guys, Cal Torak is awake before I even go to sleep. That's kind of crazy. Check this tech.
Stacks before a
Oh, it's
boss
Mr.
fight,
Yang
but I
Mao.
stumbled upon a Reddit comment that enables you to now generate just as many stacks just as quickly in mapping content. The method involves the new unique Darkness Enthroned. It is a belt that gains bonuses from socketed items
volatility
as though
tech.
it were equipment. As of right now, we know that we can get bonuses from all armors, though it could be weapons too. In addition, it increases the effect of socketed items. For our purposes, we will want a Darkness Enthroned that gains bonuses from socketed items as though it were gloves. In those sockets, we would put Talismans of Grolds. Talismans of Grolds have a chance for empowered attacks to not count. Stack a lot of these talismans, and alongside the tireless support, we theoretically could have 100% uptime on empowerment abilities. This could work for any build that uses empowerment abilities, but it is especially useful for Chunk. Volatile power is by far the fastest way to generate volatility. The issue with empowered attacks are that they are usually expended very quickly, but if it works the way we want it to, we now have 100% uptime on empowerments. Thus, we can use volatile power on our main ability and stack volatility very quickly. This addresses the issue of Chayula not being able to stack volatility in a practical way. With this, plus the volatility support, plus the gain volatility on elemental ailment, you will be able to gain and maintain high stacks of volatility at all times. This is even better when you consider that you now gain the effects of Mantra of Destruction and Infernal Cry at all times. Mantra of Destruction alone gives 41% extra chaos damage, the ability to gain Purple Flames with Chayula on kill, and up to 15% more damage from the premeditation support. Infernal Cry gives up to 75% of damage as fire damage, and another 30% more damage with Enraged Warcry. Also, I'm pretty sure you could put premeditation on Infernal Cry as well, thus gaining 15% more damage on that as well. As the Reddit poster says, this does sound too good to be true. As a Chayula, you solve the issue of volatility generation and inconsistent purple flames with Chayula. And not only that, you get to run Mantra of Destruction and Infernal Cry permanently. Now of course, the Darkness Enthroned belt will not be easy to get, and likely neither will the talismans. However, I would like to argue that this is not build enabling, this just tips the build over the edge. Now another side tech that plays into this is that you should no longer need unraveling because of how much volatility generation you have. So with those extra passive points, I suggest going into Sap of Nightmares, which enables you to leech from chaos damage as well as physical damage. Now you can equip Essentia Sanguia, which enables you to leech physical damage to Energy Shield, and now you have the coveted ability to leech Energy Shield. Thanks to the Reddit poster for sharing this. It has definitely made me more excited for Chayula, and I hope it did for you too.
I mean, it sounds very expensive, right? Clearly, it sounds very expensive. It really depends on how common the glove variant is and how common the talismans are. But it definitely does get me excited. I think you could potentially get a ton of damage from it. But at the same time, again, I'm not sure if it's worth all the setup. If that makes sense. It just sounds a little clunky. Because, like, you're going to want to keep, like, I don't know. In my mind, right, you just always got to keep the volatility stuff in mind, I guess. But, like, maybe it doesn't work as not as clunky as I think it is. But it does sound really strong, though, if you're going to be able to, like, keep your volatility up. But, I mean, even regardless, right, being able to get, like, Mantra of Destruction and, like, permanent Infernal Cry just sounds insane. Here, I'm gonna link this video for you guys again, just in case any of you guys are interested in. the darkness ascendancy part of the ascendancy feels so bad. Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking about darkness. Anything that they are like, whatever they are doing right now with darkness is like, why? What are you doing? It has never been a good mechanic, and I don't think it ever will in its current state.
You got it set to M for mini.
While the
when it should
go,
be set to W for Wumbo. It worked!
Dating Darkness enables the Ruthless mode. Pretty much. It's okay, they still toking. Well, the thing is, like, what is it? Now we're in 0.3. And consistently, Darkness has just been useless. In 0.1, you could use it for Temporalis, but, like, that was not intended. So it's like, why can't they get it in their heads that the current state of Darkness is just bad? I don't understand. It sounds sad for Chayula. Might go Invoker again. No, I think Chayula's fine. Chayula's like a mid-tier Ascendancy in my opinion. Yeah, it's like the current state of Darkness though. Like, you're just never gonna use it. Like, losing all your spirit for a little bit more survivability, like, it's especially best if they remove the extra chaos damage it gives. Yeah, it's just not good. It's not good. You just need to change Catharsis to allow you to use it pre-20 volatility, but only detonates at 20 above. It's God tier. Yeah, if they did that, that would make it very good. But at the moment, I mean, it's still not terrible. Like, you could still use Catharsis on a secondary ability just to detonate your stuff. It would make mapping a little bit less smooth, but still, you can't do it. What the hell is Wumby? As Wumbo. Wumbo. Could a full Lightning Thor build be done with Mjolnir Club? Yeah, 100%. Yeah. This guy's set to mini? Oh. I'm not set to mini, dude. I'm set to micro. Alright? Get that right. Get that shit right, bro. The micro peen is coming out and stronger than ever. Apparently, this doesn't work because of the talisman as a chance and not guaranteed 15. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the wording, right? Spells with your power attack have a 15% chance to not count as an attack. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but you, like, stack it, right? 15% chance, you have 2 is a 30% chance. Right? And you stack it up to around 100. Yeah, with a belt, apparently you could get it 100. I didn't do the maths, right? Maybe his maths is wrong, but if you can get up to 100% and then you slot this up 4 of them, you'd be able to do it. We know Doriani's prototype and Rockiata's flow. It seems really strong. But again, Rockiata's flow is probably gonna be so hard to get. Like, this is like gonna be an absolutely insane freaking what is it called? Interaction, right? Enemies in your presence have lightning resistance equal to yours, so 75%. And then you use Rockiata's flow to invert that. Everything is taking negative 75% resist worth of damage. Like, that is insane. Rocket shoes. What are those? Can you corrupt the unique belt for third socket? I'm not sure. My gut feeling is no, because it doesn't have room for it on the image. But logically speaking, it should be able to corrupt for a third socket. That on lightning arrow? I mean, lightning arrow clears way beyond your presence aura anyways. So lightning arrow wouldn't really do anything. All right? Yeah, lightning arrow would be way beyond your presence. Rocket has Doriani? Yeah. It sounds like it's going to be an absolutely insane combo. So you're stacking lightning resistance bird? Yeah, I mean, you're not really stacking. You're just getting the normal amount, right? I mean, I guess you could go for like extra, like beyond light, like max, like percentage over maximum, or like increase your maximum lightning resistance and get even more percentage. I don't know if it'll be worth it though. Or is that to go 90? I think it's going to cost too much. Like the amount of damage you get is probably not going to be worth trying to go to 90. Like the cost of getting to 90 is just not worth the extra, what is it, like 15% damage you're getting? Why not make your lightning never at this point? It's because it's a lot harder to do so. Getting your lightning resistance to that level, like you know, negative 75, I think you're probably gonna have to run like some venters and stuff, right? Which you're not always gonna want to do. It's gonna give you make you take a hit on your damage. But I mean, it's, you know, if you're just scaling like super negative, then yeah, that is true. If you want to scale to like super negative, this is not going to be able to let you do that. Like if you want to go stop at 75, I think this is okay, right? It's not, there's not really an opportunity cost for you to do it. But if you really want to like scale your damage super high with Doriana's prototype, you're probably going to just want it to go uber negative with your lightning resistance. Cream pie incident? What the fuck? When did that happen? When did I have a cream pie incident? Where is the gameplay? This is the gameplay. Is there a way to convert lightning DPS to chaos, then be immune to chaos? Wait, what do you mean? I mean, there is ways to convert lightning into chaos for damage that you're doing, but not
You
from
got
the
it
enemies.
set to M for mini, when it should be set to W for Wumbo. It worked!
Use cream pie your pants, then you soiled yourself. So I keep your YouTube on the background with your stream, and what the fuck did I see here? I was just reading a comment. All right, guys. It is 4:15 a.m., which means that it is bedtime. But guys, don't worry. We have one last section of the stream, as per usual, the gacha giveaway. This is the part of the stream where we do a pool on our gacha game, and if you get a 3-star horse, you win $10. So all you need to do to enter is by playing the marbles game, and if you win in marbles, you get to pool on the gacha game. So come on down, folks. This is sadly a Twitch-only experience. So if you want to play on YouTube, just hop over onto Twitch momentarily, type in !play into the chat, and then you'll be able to join. Type in !play right now to join. And then after you type in !play, obviously you can go back to YouTube. You don't even need to open up the stream. Just type in the chat, and that's all you need. Squats and sit-ups? Oh, yeah. What am I at? 40 sit-ups and 50 squats. Oh, beautiful. All right, let's go hit up these sit-ups first. Let's hit up these sit-ups first. Okay, there's 40. All right, we're gonna start countdown for the marbles game. 50 squats. I am going all the way down, bro. You just can't see it because my ass is not on the stream. Ooh, there it is. There it is, 50. And we are in first place, Rookie. Second place is Castillo. Third place is King, and fourth place is Miso. Fifth place, Shadow. Sixth is Valency. Seventh is Original. Eighth is Weak Hold Gun. Ninth is Mr. Jack. 10th is Tasteful. But there's only one winner, and that is Rookie. So congratulations, Rookie. You have won the gacha giveaway. Woo! Or the marbles game. Woo! Now, as a result, you get to do a pool on the gacha game. Ooh, guys, you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. Oh no. Ooh, and they got burnt to a crisp. Rest in pepperonis. But here are the final standings, guys. If you are in DNF, unfortunately, you died. But everybody else, you made it. Congratulations. But of course, Rookie is gonna be the winner today. So you're gonna do a pull on the gacha game. And if you get, again, a 3-star horse, you win $10. Here you go. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Oh. Oh. Close, but no cigar. That is a 2-star horse, Daiwa Scarlet. Sadly, you did not win today, but don't worry. Even if you didn't win today, there's always a chance that you win tomorrow. Guys, that wraps up the stream. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna raid you guys over to our good buddy, Mr. King Kongor. So, hopefully you guys enjoy his stream. Hopefully you guys have a good night. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace out, folks.